Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just this is the live stream tab. So like yeah, yeah, that's fine. It's just that anything you say or like heavy clicking might be on the live stream. I mean, you should be fine staying here. I think they all are gonna stay here for the most part too, if that's your word. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. You're gonna I should go that way.
Times better accurate than existing final touch trails. This is without requiring FDA approval on the cost per exempt medical device. Now, let's take a closer look at how to use the tech. To test a drug, all you need to do is sprinkle a little bit, whether it's powdered, plant, or pill form, and provide a buffer solution in our tester packaging. Then, or to drink it at the bar, simply dip the tester into the drink itself. The results will start to show almost instantaneously. If the test is positive, you just have the option to scan the QR code on our tester packaging to access different information about each of the laced drugs, as well as access emergency services and additional awareness information. And what differentiates MABLab's tests from existing rapid tests, like COVID tests and parental tests? Our secret sauce is first in proprietary tester design. We are the first test to market to test for multiple substances, as our proprietary IP allows us to eliminate cross-reactivity, which is a barrier that countless competitors have faced for building a multi-target tester. Second advantage of our technology is we use a proprietary AI platform that allows us to accelerate the aptamer discovery process. You can think of aptamers as small DNA fragments that perform better than traditional antibodies commonly found in those COVID and pregnancy tests. And the reason that aptamers perform better is because they are more affordable, stable, and scalable to future applications. Touching on that scalability component, because of our R&D is working with the AI, we are 800 times cheaper than existing aptamer selection methods, allowing us to expand from anything from allergen screening to steroid detection. In fact, we've already received interest from the United States Olympic Committee to build a steroid detection kit for the 2028 Summer Games.
And here's why we're allowed to win against competitors. Unlike companies like BT and X, which can only test for one thing at a time, namely fentanyl, we test for 5 times as much at the same price point. Unlike urine tests, where you need to overdose first, we detect overdoses before they take place. And unlike lab tests that cost $500 and takes 3 weeks, our tests are affordable and accessible to the end user. That's why we're going B2B, selling to universities, substitute centers, and government agencies who buy our tests in bulk and fully subsidize the cost on behalf of our end user. We sell each test strip for $5, give away 70% profit margin, that will only increase economies of scale. To date, we already secured over $110,000 in sales just in the past 6 months. 86% of these are recurring contracts, and our average contract size is 12.7K. And we're not done there. Given our existing B2B pipeline, including right here in Texas, we're doubling our revenue next quarter, and through our existing LOIs, music festivals like Live Nation, Boston Calling, and Coachella, we're already on track to hit $5 million worth of contracts by the end of 2026. But here at MABLab, revenue is not our only key KPI. It's also the number of lives impacted with MABLab, with $5 million of contracts saving 1 million lives. So why now? First, as more and more regions decriminalize drugs, there should be a huge effort towards drug safety and drug education through these test strips. Second, national opioid settlements gave $50 billion of funding to purchase harm reduction tools just like MABLab. Finally, personal ties. Today, 40% of all Americans have a personal connection to someone who's overdosed from laced drugs. So the time is now to fight and end the overdose crisis once and for all.
Our tab details drug users worldwide who are already actively using fentanyl test strips, namely the $12.3 billion market, with our initial beachhead being those users who already have access to our B2B organizations where we have this 110K in sales with. To date, as I mentioned, we've already secured 110K in sales and are well on our way to surpass 800K just this year as we continue to expand on our phase 2 of our go-to-market strategy. On the horizon, we plan to continue to iterate on our go-to-market strategy and surpass 1 million ARR just next year and begin R&D on our second application of our test strip. So what can the $30,000 do for MABLab here at TigerLaunch? $20,000 will go towards allocating towards scaling up our supply chain so we can continue to reach those additional contracts. $7,500 will allocate towards funding 5,000 test strips for the Princeton Overdose Project, which is advocated for in the letters in front of you. And $2,500 will go towards refining our AI algorithm, allowing us to log tons of future applications out of our test strips. And this is the team that makes it all possible. I previously scaled and exited my last startup over 70,000 active users, and with 3-time published author at Columbia Medical School, all of which I wrote in my freshman year of college.
I basically generated over $1 million in sales at my last startup, and I'm officially trained in overdose prevention at NYU.
And the two of us are joined by 3 wonderful postdocs at the Harvard Pavlov Yoga Life Center, over 30 combined publications. We're also joined today at TigerLaunch by Lily and Carly, who are working on the sales and marketing side, really helping us reach the Gen Z audience through TikTok and social media presence. We also have over 5 advisors, over 75 years of combined medical experience, really helping us in our go-to-market strategy. Together, let's save lives with MABLab so no one has to lose their Cassie. Thank you.
So we've now moved on to the 4-minute Q&A session.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. So on the end, this is a $5 product. The end user being, so if you're going to, let's just stick with one of your channels, which was the substance use disorder. That I know that if you go to one of those entities, like the company we founded, Recovery Centers of America, how will you be getting the product to the people that will get safe? Like, what's the pass through to the person who actually is going to test it and save their life?
Yeah, so for us, the distribution channel is very simple. It's going through universities, for example. They have vending machines, different student clubs on campus, and again, give out for free. We were talking more for substitute centers. For example, we have a partner in the Lower East Side of New York City called the Launch Positive Change. They have different vans, different tabling events, but also in-person storefronts where anyone can walk in, pick up a few test strips, no questions asked, absolutely for free. And the same thing goes with government agencies. For example, in New York City, they have a program where you can mail in test strips totally anonymously and get it straight to your home.
So they're paying the $5, and then they're giving it away for free. So it's an added cost to that group, but they're getting marketing the way you guys are distributing it from doing that. They're giving it out free.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Vienna and Sky, thanks so much. I noticed in the deck there was a claim of a 200 times better accuracy than sort of the existing products, and in your presentation here, I think there was a claim of 400 times accuracy. Could you just describe a little more what that means? Has that been independently verified? Does that imply that the current products are untrustworthy, or sort of what's the baseline of comparison here? Just like to understand that claim a little better.
For sure. So that's to do with our limited detection tests. So we continue to grow and iterate our tests and become more accurate, particularly with our new technology that we've been using, with our AI platform allowing us to accelerate the opportunity discovery process. Specifically for the limited detection, their MATLAB were 0.05 nanograms per milliliters of accuracy, and BTNX, our biggest competitor, is 200 nanograms per milliliter of accuracy. However, that's not even enough to detect the lethal amounts of fentanyl likely to cause a fatal overdose. That's where we're getting the 400 times better accuracy from.
What do you think the cost could be at scale?
Yeah, so our costs we're looking to get up to 80 to 90% into year 2 and 3, so 2026 and 2027, once we really start working with those larger music festival contracts, like Coachella and Live Nation. For example, Live Nation has a $100 million sponsorship from Visa, looking to get about 60 to 70% of that for our pasture products.
The cost per unit at scale? From $5 to what at scale, do you think?
If there was a question I did not hear it.
Yeah, sorry, like how cheap could it get? It's $5 now, how cheap could it get at scale?
Yeah, so we're aiming to produce it at 30 cents at scale. So there's an option for us to go to the retailer side. We have existing insurance from CVS, Walgreens. We're already giving out the fentanyl test strips and have been interested in our 5-1 test strip. So the deal for us would be wholesale for $1.10, and then anyone can buy it for $1.50.
Thanks.
Hi, I just have a practical question. So the powder, that's packaged along with the strip? So like when somebody's at a bar and they're gonna take out, they're gonna take out the strip, put it in the substance they're drinking or whatever, and then stick it in the powder. Have you gotten any feedback on the just practical application of this in those content?
Yeah, so that is an option right now. We're also looking to partner with bars to have our test strips already in a cup available at the bar, especially in states where it's mandatory to have test strips available, like California as well as New York, heading in that direction. Down the line, we're looking to expand to other form factors of our technology, like straws, for example, where you can just see the result by just, mixing your straw in your drink, or same for stirrers for drinks as well.
So making it more discreet is something down the line we're looking to.
But for music festivals or sort of our B2B applications, looking with the test strip to stick with that. And included in that test strip packaging is the buffer provided here, as well as like the small scraper tool for pills.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Time we have for questions on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, have a good one.
End Zoom now, but thank you guys for being here. If you need anything, if you want to keep staying here. Yep.
We were to run soon, but thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for sticking with us through some technical difficulties. The rest of the pitches will be in person. So let us just take things off and get things started.
All right, next up we have Arena. Arena makes organizing recreational sports seamless, powered by AI and gamification mechanisms.
Last month, we asked a room full of Google employees who here enjoys playing sports with their friends. Everybody raised their hand. We asked another room at a top university. In fact, we went on a road trip and asked the same question across workplaces, colleges, and young people, and the answer was the same. However, things started to get interesting when we asked if they organized the games themselves. Our cross-country surveys showed that a staggering 90% of people who enjoy playing sports don't want to organize them. And as for the 10%, that's me.
And that would be me. Yasin and I used to organize community sessions ourselves, which is why we decided to start working with Arena. However, we came to quickly realize that many of the problems that we're able to solve had deeper rooted issues. Firstly, when it comes to booking, you can get toast behind that. If you Piazza wanted to book a basketball court, he'd have to spend $100 of his own money and then chase up his mates in the group chat as the debt collector, hoping that they pay it back. Secondly, after graduation at universities and colleges, participation in sports drastically dwindles. However, many graduates, working professionals, and people new in the city want to play casual sports. However, they're unable to do so as they're not able to find their teammates daily. Not to mention, it's hard knowing where to go since many local venues don't even have websites.
That's when it clicked. This wasn't just a player problem, but a venue problem too. There's tons of empty space where they could be making extra revenue, and behind the scenes, they were still using pen and paper and Excel spreadsheets, which means that they couldn't properly measure their impact or income. And these metrics are crucial because these venues often survive on government funding. This is where Arena's coming in. We're revolutionizing recreational sports with one central platform for both players and venues.
We've made it so easy anyone can organize sports. No more risks, no more burdens, just simply split the pay and the responsibility. Arena transforms the way that Arena transforms the way that you organize sports by turning it into a video game-like experience. You'll be able to fill up last-minute dropouts, find, create, or join lobbies, and with our AI matchmaker, you'll be able to find the perfect fit for your team. As for our venues, we give them an all-in-one platform and reduce the admin workflow by 58%. Our magic ingredient lies in AI dynamic pricing, where prices are set at the price of demand. We also have our AI agents who will be able to liaise with customers without having the need for human interference.
Picture this. A local sports club or sports team has to pay around $5,000 upfront to reserve their facility for around 40 weeks in the year. This is called a block booking, and these usually tend to make up around 85% of total facility usage during peak hours. But this entire process is still done over the phone or on a clunky website, and all it takes is one change of dates or a refund request, and the whole thing falls apart. And this is something I personally came across at my old job. With our solution, Super Bookings, clubs and teams are now able to set up installment plans, refund a single week, and edit their booking digitally, all in one place for the first time. We're looking to move fast and own this space, and we're looking to build the world's first largest ecosystem in block bookings.
We've been validating our idea and hosting games and tournaments all across London. Everything from student football tournaments to investors versus founders, and we've grown a buzzing community with over 1,000 people now on our wait list. We've also gotten 30 expressions, 30 letters of interest from venues, and we've also received backing and funding from Sport England as well as the Mayor of London.
We take around 3% commission from venues. Venues also sign up to an annual subscription model, and finally, players pay a small booking fee when splitting the pay. As for our go-to-market strategy, we're prioritizing volume and aiming to reach our first critical mass point of around 10,000 users in London. We're targeting captains and session organizers because once we onboard them, they bring on their entire community with them. We're also implementing organic open data feeds right within the app, which means that players will be able to find and locate live sessions going on around the city, whenever and wherever they are. And we're also scaling up our tournaments to host around 3,000 players this summer.
To give you an idea of how big this space is, Playtomic just raised another 56 million euros in the last week, which has now brought them up to 132 million today. Taking a look at our competitors such as Pickleheads, Playtomic, or even Racquetball, they found their success in bringing back the thrill of community sports, something that Arena aims to do at a larger scale. Although we support all sports, we're now positioning ourselves as the face of individual using sports such as basketball, badminton, or dodgeball, for example. Our industry is now growing at a rate of 6% year-on-year, and there are over 30 million active individuals in the UK, 1.4 million people in basketball we can have. We're also over 150,000 sports clubs as well.
So if we win, we're looking to go really heavy on gamification and training our AI models, as well as refining our block bookings infrastructure and working with more engineers. You'll see, I'm a background in economics, and I work as a product manager at MedTech AI startup, as well as a junior consultant and a VC. I also scaled my own reselling business at 15.
I've got a background in marketing across finance. I've been working on social startups since I was 16 and have worked with most names such as Warners.
And we're also now working with London's first basketball task force, which has the aim and the objective of skyrocketing basketball across the UK. And just a couple of weeks ago, London's first ever basketball stadium was approved, which is really exciting news.
The problem that we're solving here today is one that we face ourselves. So we're centralizing everything exclusively to the palm of your hands. Join us on our journey to revolutionize this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Serena. We can open the floor to the judges.
Hi, you mentioned one of your key markets is working professionals, and you also mentioned one of the problems you solve is last-minute dropouts. For people who have structured schedules, how do you incentivize them to come and appear to the game on short notice?
Yeah. So we have, it's a great question. We have something called last minute call out. So it's a special feature that none of our competitors are doing at the moment. So let's say you're looking for an extra player or somebody just dropped out. It sends out a signal to anybody in around a 1 or 2 mile radius that has the app, and they essentially get to play for free if they do come, and that cost is covered and absorbed by the rest of the players. So they pay like 50 cents, for example, each. This player's fee. And the player's incentive is on the app. They're going to have a lot of extra perks and extra features, discounts on their next session as well. And we're also looking to build up a network of these last-minute call-outs in every city that we launch, so that they become kind of the face of being the savior of games. So yeah, for example, there will be one that turn up to these last-minute games.
And areas such as central London have, as at least like about 12 different universities. So what impression was of custody about people tend to have a lot of time on their hands?
You also mentioned some large funding for competitors. I mean, is there kind of a clear differentiation between those, and how are we going to compete with 132 million euros?
Yeah, great question. So Racket Power, TigerLaunch is the one that we mentioned, so 130 million as the Series C. They focus exclusively on racket sports. So that's paddle, pickleball, tennis, all of the racket sports, whereas we're focused on indoor gymnasium sports. So we're following a similar model to them, building kind of communities around sports, but it's not going to be stepping into that racket sports territory.
And it also seems like there's a little bit of a critical mass challenge. So I mean, is there kind of a distribution mechanism to get over that hurdle so that there are enough people on the app?
Yeah, exactly. So we did have the wholesale problem. We're thinking about that as well. So we came up with something called Arena Ambassadors, which is essentially, as we mentioned in the pitch, we're onboarding like people that already organize sports and have massive communities. So for example, we recently got into a massive tech and basketball group chat. So it's all the tech people around Central London, and they have a group chat of around, I would say, 300 to 400 people, and we kind of know the guy that runs it. So we just got the entire community now. We're going to get this Arena. So we're going to do that in mass, speak to people, find the people that kind of know everyone. And London has a really cool underground basketball community as well, so everyone knows it.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Serena. Next up, we have Magnetic. Magnetic is a developing platform enabling electromagnetically activated and localized cell therapies for stronger, safer, targeted immunotherapeutics.
Hello, hi, I'm Josh here. This is Magenics, and we're transforming cell therapeutics through magnetic precision. Every year, 18 million people get diagnosed with cancer. Cancer in very particular parts of the body, be it the liver, cancer of the lung, maybe cancer of the brainstem. There are a number of next-generation therapeutics in development today. Chief among them are cell therapeutics, things like CAR T or CAR T cell therapy. CAR T is a type of immunotherapy where we take the body's own immune cells out of the body, we engineer them with specialized receptors, and we reinfuse them where they're supposed to fight cancer. The issue is that today, all these next generation therapeutics, and CAR T prominent among them, lack localization. They have systemic side effects that requires the dampening of treatment intensity to keep therapy safe. Today, CAR T is unsafe. 3 to 4 patients undergoing CAR T therapy in this clinical trial had some form of induced cytokine storm, an intense immune reaction to oneself. 2 out of 5 had some form of induced neurotoxicity, whether central or peripheral. Half of patients were admitted to the ICU. That is a very, very expensive side effect. To add insult to injury, CAR T doesn't work against the 90% of cancers that are solid tumor based. They have poor efficacy, and they have even worse safety profiles. Currently, they're only designed for blood-borne cancers, like leukemias and lymphomas. Our solution? The wireless localized activation of cell therapies via our B10 cell activation platform. Our patent-pending technology allows for the wireless and localized activation of CAR T cells at the tumor site, at the site of affliction. In other words, we can provide therapy where and when needed. We do this via a magnetic targeting modality, patent-pending, that allows us to constrain where we want our cells to activate, meaning we can contain side effects away from the places we don't want them, while increase and concentrate the efficacy in the places where we do. We have 2 main applications of this technology. First, in localized immunostimulation, where we can upregulate the immune system, say, at a solid tumor site at the back of the skull, or anywhere across the body. We're also interested down the line in localized immunosuppression, where we could, say, immunosuppress just an arthritic joint and not the entirety of the body, leaving people open to infections and common diseases. We slot seamlessly into the current CAR T development workflow. First, leukapheresis. We're taking these immune cells out of the body, engineering them with our custom DNA vectors, and reinfusing them. Chiefly, where we differ from traditional CAR T is our technology allows for the localized activation wherever we can mount an applied magnetic field stimulator. We've already built one in-house and allows for targeting of a number of conditions. We're quite interested in medulloblastoma, brain cancer, cancer of the brainstem, unresectable and often very, very difficult to treat. We provide value to a couple classes of individuals. First, to patients and providers, we provide more effective treatments with decreased side effects. To insurance companies, we can provide a decreased cost burden over the lifetime of treatment. And to our direct customers, the biopharmaceutical company, we can provide more effective clinical trials, better safety profiles that combined allow for a broader market reach of cell therapeutics beyond just high mortality indications, moving into things like the autoimmune space or low mortality cancers. To do this, we'll operate as a contract research development and manufacturing organization, partnering with companies like Novartis, Kite, or Celgene to integrate our novel magnetic targeting modality into established and developing CAR T models. In return, we will forego much of the regulatory burden, passing that on to partners and the financial risk. In addition to operating with biopharma, we'll also have side revenue streams in academia and in bioproduction. From a revenue perspective, we operate as a CRO with a base development fee of $363,000 to $726,000 and a sliding scale royalty system of 1 to 3% of clinical sales. Within the $47.5 billion T-cell engineering market, the CAR T market sits at $7.31 billion with an astounding 36.8% compound annual growth rate. We aim to have 10 FDA-approved cell therapy trial partners by year 10. And to do that, we'll need a village. We've had a number of talks and outpouring of support from the community. From our first on-site lab visit by Ona Pharma a year ago to our most recent call and reach out from ARPA-H, we're really excited about what stands next with our academic and industry partners. We've had an outpouring of traction. We're really excited to see what the team can do in the next steps. From leasing our first lab space to implementation in our first human system, we're moving on to primary human cells, where we look to implement our technology into the immune cells of everyday patients and trial them in the lab, rather than working with cell culture. We'll then be conducting mouse studies and preparing ourselves for pharmaceutical partnership in spring of 2026. Our team is composed of MDs, PhDs, bioengineers, from across the country and across a range of expertise, from electrical engineering to biomedical engineering. We've experienced starting companies, getting IP, raising and conducting clinical trials, and we're advised by an equally enthusiastic, amazing team that has helped make all of this possible, from advising to mentoring, giving connections where we need to go, etc. We know that there's a lot of harm that cancer has throughout everyone's life. And we know that next generation therapeutics stand to benefit all of us. We want to make them safer, we want to make them more effective, and we want to make sure that this technology can reach the hearts of every person in the US and abroad. We're Magenics, and we're transforming cell therapeutics through magnetic precision. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Now start the Q&A.
Thank you very much. When you spoke to companies like BMS, Novartis, Gilead, J&J, who develop these CAR-T technologies today, what's the reaction? Do they have their own studies individually also? Any insight would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're really excited to be kind of a first mover in the localized, externally pinned CAR-T space. There's really a dearth of information in magnetogenetics, and there was some very light work done in using light systems, but they don't penetrate through the first couple millimeters of skin. And thus, we've kind of fine-tuned this magnetic mechanism that allows us to penetrate through the entire depth of a person. It's not been trialed by any company, and we have IP protection in the space. BMS and Novartis are not currently looking at it. They are very interested in making their therapeutics safer and broadening the safety profile such that they can reach indications that would traditionally not be possible.
So do you have any I didn't see, do you have any relationships with like universities, or are you getting that kind of grant funding, or can you tap that resource? Because we did start, we should talk after, but we started a company called Center for Breakthrough Medicine, which is a viral vector CAR-T operation, and it's tied very closely to the University of Pennsylvania, and then one of the founders there, but I think it's run into some issues with just the competitive nature, because it is massive. There's just a ton of competition, and so it's hard to understand necessarily the difference you have here versus all the other competitors. I know it's the magnetic side, but a lot of it seems to be the university power, like that sort of funding, providing, like getting that. I'm just wondering, is that something that you're like involved with?
Absolutely. So we own the company, all the IP outright, and we've been financing that independently. But we do have connections to a number of university officials, and we're most interested in working with University of California, Berkeley, and a couple PIs that we've developed agreements with on commercializing the technology through a STTR grant, and then also through a joint federal grant, looking mostly at RVH at the moment.
Can you just talk quickly about the regulatory process that you might have to go through?
Absolutely. So for us, we don't directly have to go through any regulatory process via a partnership model. And that means that we're developing the CAR-T, we're licensing out the technology behind that development, and giving it to BMS and Novartis to go through their own clinical track. That said, CAR-T currently, for the most part, has breakthrough status in a number of indications, and so the FDA pathway for them is often fairly standardized and streamlined. In terms of differentiating from other companies in the space, we're really providing that magnetic targeting modality. It can be slotted into any CAR-T, whether it's ex vivo or in vivo viral vector derived, whether it has the third or the first generation CAR receptor. We're a targeting modality. We're a scope. All right, thank you so much.
All right, this will be the last one for the round, and we can take a break. So next up we have SERV. SERV is an innovative imaging system that provides continuous, objective cervical dilation measurement to improve accuracy, patient comfort, and reduce infection risks during labor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth, and I am the CEO of Serve. And today I am here with my co-founder and COO, Iluka, to tell you about our cervical dilation monitor. 2 years ago, my sister had a baby. Like all women in labor, she received regular cervical checks, a standard of labor care. But what should have been standard quickly turned into a nightmare as her nurse failed to obtain a consistent dilation measurement. This inaccuracy led to repeated, painful exams, and we now know that it also increased her risk of infection and that her story is not unique. So why is there not a better way? During labor, the cervix dilates from 0 to 10 centimeters. Cervical dilation is an essential indicator of labor progress that can help to inform medical decisions. If labor fails to progress, complications can occur, but medical interventions like medications or C-sections can be taken to improve outcomes. Unfortunately, cervical dilation is currently measured using the digital method, where fingers are inserted into the cervix to estimate its width. The digital method is highly subjective, with studies finding up to 52% variability and as low as 20% accuracy amongst trained participants. We've also heard from patients that this process is extremely uncomfortable, some moms even comparing it to torture. And lastly, it increases their risk of infection, especially after 3 cervical checks. Therefore, we have created Serve, a cervical dilation monitor that images the cervix throughout labor using an endoscope held in place by a comfortable silicone cup. Using computer vision, we are able to accurately assess the dilation measurement in real time, and we've actually brought our first prototype with us today for you to see. We have tested Serve on a simple anatomical model shown here with images by the device taken and processed below. And our initial testing resulted in 91% accuracy, over 4 times greater than the current clinical standard, demonstrating the feasibility of our design. The only clinically used competitor is the digital method, which we have already shown to be ineffective, but it is functionally free, making it difficult to replace. Alternatively, there is Seconia Medical, which is a competing pre-seed startup in this space. We do believe that they would increase accuracy and objectivity, but their device must be inserted for every measurement still, meaning that they do not minimize the number of insertions or the time required by medical personnel. Therefore, Serve is the only continuous, objective, comfortable option. Through ongoing customer discovery, we have found that healthcare workers and mothers alike desire better monitoring options. Through our interviews, we have found that 92% of physicians and moms agree that Serve would have improved their labor experience.
We know that it is time to change cervical monitoring, and trends support this. Recent government investments have funneled hundreds of millions of dollars into women's health. This has served as a catalyst, increasing venture capital investment in women's health by 314% since 2018. In fact, the global femtech market is projected to reach $75 billion by this year, with a growth rate of 16%. These trends show that Serve is positioned in a growing industry, with new funding opportunities and national interest in advancing women's health. Our business model involves selling disposable units for each birth and sterilizable reusable components per device lifetime. The disposable components protect the device from interfacing directly with the patient, and the reusable components consist of the endoscope, electronics, and the leg band. We estimate 22% of profits being from reusable device sales and 78% from disposables, providing Serve with a constant revenue stream. Existing connections to Barnes Jewish Hospital in St. Louis, or BJC, and its status as a leader in obstetrics make it the perfect first customer for Serve. We will expand from there to our $8.2 billion total addressable market, which includes 134 million global annual births. Our serviceable obtainable market consists of those 574,000 births that are vaginal deliveries in hospitals in the Midwest every year. Our go-to-market strategy includes that initial partnership with BJC, where we plan to conduct our investigational studies. We also plan to attend expos and conferences so we can get our device into the hands of those who will use it. Finally, we plan to form partnerships with midwives and birthing centers so we can promote brand awareness and build patient demand. Using these resources, we expect to reach 33% of our SAM in 7 years. We project accumulating $80 million in profits and serving up to 820,000 births annually. Even considering the high startup costs of launching a medical device, Serve is projected to break even around 3.5 years post-launch. In our development, we're currently in our second trimester, turning our invention into a product. We're completing preclinical testing and successfully filed our utility patent application earlier this year. With $30,000 from TigerLaunch, Serve would be able to purchase an improved physiological model for preclinical testing, improve our prototype, protect our IP, and hire essential consultants. Our founding team is all women with immense passion and experience in women's health. We're confident in our technical knowledge, but we are looking to add some business expertise to our team so we can continue working on our mission of making cervical checks safer and more comfortable for everyone involved. Everyone always asks us, why isn't there a better way? Well, we're done asking. We're delivering Serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the Q&A.
Thanks. You mentioned reduced chance of bacterial infection. Are there any other ways in which this reduces liability or risk of complications, and therefore, has that expanded value prop for this very sensitive, high liability procedure?
Absolutely. So infection risk is a primary way that we are reducing liability, but another area where this is coming into play is that we see a problem right now where the number of C-sections that are being performed, and especially emergency C-sections that are being performed, which happen when you diagnose stalled labor, right? The percentage being performed is at 32% in the United States, but according to the WHO, the ideal percentage of C-sections is around 19%. And this means that when you hit around 19, that's going to be your maximum number of positive outcomes or improved outcomes. But when you get above that, you don't actually get any more improved outcomes. So we're actually misdiagnosing stalled labor, and that's coming from the cervical checks that are assessing the labor progress. So in 2008, which was the most recent report I could find on this, the WHO reported $2.3 billion of unnecessary costs with C-sections, but the C-section rate has remained the same, so we're assuming that the costs will remain the same as well. So that's another area. Yes?
What do you need to demonstrate to get FDA approval, and how long does that process take?
So for FDA approval, we would be pursuing the de novo pathway. Originally, we were considering 510K, but because this is something that has a completely novel use, we would be pursuing de novo. And this is actually an advantage for us, we believe, because there's nothing else in the market that is like this, like a device that assesses cervical dilation. And so we think that this would allow us to apply for a CPT code, an insurance code, so that patients can be billed for using this device. Do you want to explain?
I would just say, if you look at the timeline side, we're expecting to, we're expecting to reach market by 2028, is what we have assessed, based on when we would be able to complete clinical trials and seek approval.
Thanks so much for this on. You mentioned a potential pre-seed entrant into this market as well. I'd just be curious to understand a little more about your differentiation from them, both on features and price, and then also sort of relatedly, what is your ultimate defensibility going forward from an IP and tech?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So considering Seconia Medical, we have been following them since we found them. We literally looked them up last night just to see if there was anything new we could find. They have been very secretive in what they've accomplished. I saw them pitch once, and so most of our information has come from that. And from that, we have gathered that it is a probe-like device that has to be inserted for every measurement, and they're using ultrasound techniques, meaning that their device would be a lot more expensive than ours. And like I said, you have to insert it every time, and they do actually have a cup that touches the cervix to improve their imaging, so they are interacting with the cervix where we are not. So there are some advantages there. Considering our protection, we own all the rights to this. We have already filed for our utility patent application at the beginning of this year, and we're waiting to hear back.
I also want to add that there is like a nursing shortage and a physician shortage in this country, and so I've done a lot of patient interviews, and it's really hard to keep track of all these births that are happening in a hospital. And so with continuous monitoring, I think that would be a huge benefit if we can get that number in the nurses' station so they can keep a constant monitor. I mean, literally my last patient interview, I was talking to this woman and she said, I dilated 4 centimeters in an hour, and then I was at 10 centimeters, but no one checked her in that time. So, and that can lead to those kind of, she actually had to get an emergency C-section. So, yeah.
Thank you guys. All right, that concludes our first round of pitching. We're now going to move into our panel. So we have some of our very strong TigerLaunch members bring in some chairs. So just give us a moment for them to kind of bring it to the front. I think we'll get the panel started if everyone's ready. Okay, and then I'll have one mic here I'm going to have passed down. Is that all right with you guys? All right, so I guess we can start with introductions, just name, background, whatever you want to add about yourself, and then we'll get a little bit more into the questions after that.
Is this on? If y'all can't hear me, let me know. So hi everyone, my name is Karen Bradley. I am Director of Risk Management here at Princeton. I've been in my position here for 2.5 years now. I have to say that studying that title and that I work here is absolutely one of my favorite things in the world. This has actually been my dream job for many years. Prior to this, I was at NYU. Great place, totally different environment, definitely not the dream location. I have 26 years of experience in the insurance industry. Like many people my age, I kind of fell into my position. I was an English major in college, and I needed some kind of internship. I didn't know what, I didn't care what, I just knew I needed some experience on my resume, and my boyfriend's mother worked at an insurance company, got me an internship, turned into a full-time job. So that's basically how I wound up here. 26 years later, obviously it works. In terms of what I bring to the panel today, I am not an entrepreneur, as you can tell. The only business I had ever run in my life is a lemonade stand that I gave up after an hour because it was hot and I was bored. So what I can tell you is I had 26 years of looking at when things go wrong, how do you financially and reputationally handle them. So I can't tell you how to market your product, I can't tell you how to develop it, but I can tell you how to ensure it and what you need in order to do that.
Thanks. Glad to have you here. David Giannetti, as I said before, class of '98. After deferring medical school, I did go into big consulting for a little while. A good friend, a lab mate of mine who was a classmate, introduced me to a company that was being funded in the financial services space. I had very little experience in it, but I did like solving hard problems. And I joined basically as employee number one. We were focused on restriction and control stock transactions. It was an exciting time for that. Sarbanes-Oxley came into play. Filing requirements changed, and so we were able to launch, instead of the first venture capital distribution management platform, really 6 products into that marketplace. We exited that in 2007, sold to a large Australian transfer agent. I had learned in my consulting experience that large company life really wasn't a good match for me, so I knew that that wasn't going to be a long-term home. After I made sure all of my teammates were kind of well taken care of and establishing the roles, I actually took kind of some of the key members of that group with me, and we started 3 companies simultaneously, which was a lot. One was performance measurement in financial services. The other was a very focused strategic M&A company. And the third was actually equity launch hedge fund that I managed with a classmate partner. We were able to exit the performance management software in about 18 months, which was good because 3 was too many. And we kind of persisted with the other 2. After another 5 or 6 years, I was a little disenfranchised with getting very wealthy people their money faster. And I went back to my roots, and I went out on my own, and I self-funded a company focused on addressing the opioid epidemic. This is about 2015. We built a product at the point of prescription, clinical decision support. At the time, state PDMPs, the prescription drug monitoring programs, were not interconnected. There was no national network, and so you could have massive issues at borders where the physician might not have any visibility into where their patient just was an hour ago. And so we built a great platform, got it adopted by several large academic medical centers, really taking off. It's self-funded, so we were always tightly capitalized. Huge problem, and a lot of other big competitors came into the space. And while I thought I was making the big sale, selling to these large hospitals, they started selling at the state level, and every hospital in the state all of a sudden was granted these solutions, which were markedly inferior, of course, but they were getting them for free. And so the competition was clear at that point, and so our large wins were trivial. So wrapping that business up was actually one of the hardest decisions I had to make as an entrepreneur, but the writing was absolutely on the wall. I was thrilled to have been asked by a longtime friend to join the Starting Medical, which is focused on clinical decision support for premature infants in the neonatal intensive care unit. We also have the largest microbiome library for premature infant gut samples, huge amount of longitudinal data. Been able to apply some really interesting techniques, machine learning, artificial intelligence there. And I am now also on the board of my 7th startup, which is Overwatch Health, which is founded by 2 Princeton University undergraduates. Medically monitored, device integrated, exercise, cardiac pulmonary rehabilitation as the primary targets there. An exciting journey that I'm happy to help bring the next generation along into. Sorry for the long story.
Hey everyone, my name is Mark. As I said before, class of 2020. Previously worked at both Google and Amazon. I would say that my career has weirdly been at the center of the most mature business models of both of those companies. So at Amazon, I worked on the retail side. I literally launched some Prime Day deals, like probably some of the ones that you purchased from. And then at Google, I worked on their advertising business, mostly on the ad strategy for Expedia, which is one of their largest travel clients. I'm really thankful to be on the panel today. I really thought about what I could offer, and currently I'm a first-year MBA student at Wharton. While at Princeton, I do a lot of entrepreneurial stuff at the Keller Center. And I think what I want to talk about today is mostly about my relationship with risk, how there are alternate pathways for entrepreneurship, not just the really impressive startups we saw today, but how other people can contribute and evaluate your own skills as well. So really excited to be here.
Perfect. Into my next question. So my first question I really have for you guys is kind of decision-making in uncertainty. I don't think it's controversial to say that we're in a pretty volatile time right now in terms of the market. So kind of within your own jobs and maybe your advice for student founders, how are you kind of navigating on like sparsing out the noise from the signal, and how are you making decisions in times of uncertainty?
I would say that for me, what I like to do is think about what are the unique, like one-of-one ads that I can bring to like a business, situation, school, and I think it's been less about, and I think like graduating from Princeton or any other places that we're graduating from, like we tend to think of ourselves as exceptional because of Princeton, because of Google, because of all the things that we do, but in reality, the way to survive, I think, in a volatile market is thinking actually about, okay, as Mark or as Harka, like what exactly do you bring to a certain environment and how can you actually leverage that? For me, that was a strong kind of reflection on my communication skills, relationship building, and all the things that I have that are unique to me, and then leveraging those in my career.
Yeah. Oh. Reboot. I guess for me, so my first startup was funded shortly before 9/11, and we exited shortly before the global financial crisis. So I think managing uncertainty also has a fair amount of luck to it. And I guess the other thing that goes along with that is I encounter a lot of entrepreneurs who are waiting for the next milestone, or waiting until they have a sale, or waiting for revenue. And I would say you really just need to go out with what you have now. I think it's very hard often as an entrepreneur to step back and realize how much you've already accomplished because you're in it day to day, right? And you have these little wins and these little wins, but if you look over the last 6 months or the last quarter even, you might find that, oh my God, we actually achieved quite a bit. So I think strike now and uncertainty now is kind of a known state. You don't know how uncertain it's going to be tomorrow. And capital might actually get tighter, opportunity might get tighter. So I would just say now is the time, frankly.
My advice would be that just because something happened, you do not need to make an immediate decision. Right after 9/11, right after 9/11 happened, I was working as an insurance underwriter, and my book of business was property insurance. So insurance for your buildings, for your contents. I did one of my clients was U.S. Airways, so we did their airports and their planes and everything. So I remember on 9/11, which everyone in this room can probably, assuming you guys were born, but anyway, so on 9/11, we were sitting in a conference room watching the news, seeing what happened, and I get a call from my manager, and she said, I need you to pull every account that we've quoted that hasn't been bound yet, because we're going to rescind them until we analyze this. Okay, I can do that. We did that. The next day, we quoted all of them with a 20% premium increase. Okay, we can do that. Well, as we continue moving forward, next year, the year after, the property market kind of settled down a little bit, premiums came down, and every single one of those clients left us because we took advantage of the situation. So don't just react when something happens. Think about it. Think about the optics of what it's going to look like if that happens. And you make that choice.
That's a great transition to my next question. So my next topic is kind of learning how to pivot. I think that this is kind of an essential skill for people, whether or not they're founders. So can you tell us about a time that you successfully pivoted, built a pivot, or like failed in your pivoting?
I can tell you about, actually about a couple years after the 9/11 happened, I was still in that same exact job, but I had gotten to the point where I was done. I couldn't go any further. I had learned what I was going to learn. There was not a way to go up in the organization. And randomly, a headhunter called me and asked, hey, do you want to interview for this position? So I went, oh, okay, great. So I went, interviewed, got the job, moved my family from Trenton to New York. Great, wonderful, I'm moving forward, and then 3 months later I got fired. I was still relatively young in my career, so I had to make a choice. Do I want to stay in this industry, which at the time was like, okay, I know it, it's all right, but it's not great, or do I want to look at something else? I had always, when I was in college, I had always wanted to do museum studies, to become a museum curator. So I looked at a couple programs while I was interviewing for jobs. I did get offered a position in insurance, and obviously 26 years later, this is what I'm doing, so obviously I took it. I chose not to pivot at that time. I stayed where it was safe. But on the bright side, the position I went to was still an insurance job, but it was in risk management. And that is where I found what I love to do. That is where I found my passion. So yes, I didn't pivot, but I swivel maybe. So I found it being a good story, I think, for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, again, the first startup, which Slack Systems, was launched with a very specific idea on facilitating these kind of cumbersome venture capital distributions in the paper-intensive world at the time. We applied some technology there, we were able to really improve efficiencies and bring some clarity to the process that was making it opaque. But what we really did well was not actually our venture capital product, right? We ended up selling many more of our solutions into the corporate space because of the new requirements that came into the position while we were in that space. So we were there, we were operating in this market, we were already applying technology to paper processes, right? And so we had this technology, we had the team, we knew the space, and we were presented with market changes through legislation. With the stroke of the pen, all of a sudden there was this new requirement on a lot of our customers, the people we were working with, and we were able to very quickly, right, because of our small agile team, we were able to say, okay, we're going to pull people off of this other product that we thought this is what we were going to do to make our company based on it, and take advantage of the opportunity that has now been presented to us. And so it was something we didn't take trivially, right? We were absolutely taking resources off of our kind of our flagship big idea and pivoting into the new marketplace. But at the end of the day, that was actually the product that was our largest revenue driver and ultimately led to our exit. And so I think being in the space, understanding the marketplace, and then being deliberative about when does it make sense to pull somebody off of what you thought was the right idea, and really focus on new opportunities in this space.
I think I'll take this question a little bit in a different direction. I'll talk about like a pivot, maybe a mindset. And I think for me, because you remind me of this, I moved from this mindset of waiting and applying to like making and asking. And I think the difference in those two mindsets is that, like, for example, in undergrad, you're applying to jobs,
bit off script based off of that, but just like, I think everyone here, whether it's a student trying to go into the industry or as founders trying to get money, kind of how do you navigate networking, like, in a cordial, like, respectful way while you're still getting what you want?
Yeah, I would say like, first off, I think it's a skill, and like any skill requires practice. And so if you saw me when I was like a sophomore in Princeton trying to like get a banking job, I don't even want to think about the things I said in the podcast. Right? So you have to like, it is a practice thing. But the second component of it is like, how are you building the relationship outside of the ask? Like, why should this person help you? And even if the answer to the question is, oh, they went to Princeton too, they probably just want to help out, they're a nice person, that's still a reason that you should think about, such that you're not in the coffee chat with no reason, with both of you have no reason to be there. And so that's kind of how I think about networking. Hey, you get on the other side of this coffee chat.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think networking along with a lot of these things, it needs to fit into your style too, right? I think when you make these intentional efforts to network in a way that is uncomfortable for you, it really doesn't function well. For me personally, right, I tend to be maybe a little more helpful, a little more forthcoming with advice. People come and ask me, and I found that almost always pays dividends. Absolutely, there are times when I've spent a lot of time and energy with people that didn't have any kind of, transaction back towards me, but the amount of times that I have had the upside of that, and I think it's those casual contacts too, right? And right now, people maybe focus on, the CEO or the person that they, think is going to be the top decision maker, but it's actually, for me, again, it's been kind of those casual networking events where the person you knew casually through a friend of a friend might actually have that connection in it, right? And that's, of course, the way networking works, right? Definitionally. But I find, being willing to put yourself out there a little bit, but staying true to yourself too, right? That artificial kind of like by-handing stuff, again, it doesn't work well for me, and I haven't found it.
I completely agree. I hate networking. I am the worst networker in the world. But over time and with practice, I've gotten used to it. I've gotten better at it. I think one of the things that does help is when you do participate in groups such as this, where you are people with a common interest. You're interested in entrepreneurship. Yes, it sounds horrible and boring, but I participate in a lot of insurance organizations. So again, with people who have common interests, it does help. Another thing that I'm just without note taking, so never mind that. But yeah, it's definitely something that you need to practice and work at, and eventually it might become easy hat for you, or it might just be something that you don't have the pit in the stomach and need a vodka tonic before you start.
Only for our overage participants in the crowd.
Drinking age is
All right, so now I'm going to go into some. Yes, exactly. Now I'm going to go a little bit into more speaker-specific questions. So Kieran, maybe we'll start with you. So just tell us, why is risk management important, and like as a business owner, like what may we not know about risk management, and like what should we know?
Okay. So risk management, if you're not familiar with the concept or what the profession is, it's essentially doing things that you guys have probably already done, which is looking at your business and what are the risks associated with it, and how can you help prevent those, mitigate those. I came on the Arena team. Number one, they're not here, so it's good. But number two, I understood what their product was. All of you guys had great products. Went over my head. They sounded really great, so good luck.
for David. I think from all the startup founders in the room, like hearing you're at 7 startups sounds a little bit insane. So just like kind of walk us through each of the lessons maybe you took away from each and kind of how you implemented them into the next startup, and just like how your mindset has evolved since first like joining here first.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the training is either infliction of some sort, right? I mean, there's a lot of punishment that comes along with it. I don't know, I think some of the themes are consistent, right? Early on in my career, I had the benefit of being exposed to some key mentors and folks that were kind of at the top of the field. And I remember very clearly going into a negotiation, and I had an older gentleman who had this reputation for being, like the tough guy negotiator, and he would always go in and get the best terms. And he kind of gave me some tips and pointers. And again, it was a situation where I was actually pretty uncomfortable with it because it didn't feel right to me, and it's kind of like, why would anyone agree to these terms, right? It doesn't make any sense for them to do this. And in fact, that's what happened. They did agree to it, and it really ended up damaging my relationship with that party. And I came to learn later that this tough guy negotiator was in fact persona non grata at like half of the industry that he works in, because that was his modus operandi. And so I think, trust your own instincts, right? And there are absolutely times when you need to take the advice of experts. And I think knowing where that line is, and when there's a point where you're just not comfortable with something, you need to have a mechanism where you can either ask the follow-up question, or don't be afraid to say that doesn't seem right, even if you're potentially at an information disadvantage, right? I guess the other thing is, over the years, I've gotten more comfortable with what I do know and what I don't know. And so I've had some very powerful relationships that were formed by me saying, wait, I don't understand what you just said. Can you explain that to me? As opposed to when I first started, I felt this compulsion to know everything. Right? Hey, I'm this person in molecular biology. Yeah, like, we're talking about something. I have something to add there, and often I didn't, right? And I would have been better served by just keeping my mouth shut and sit in the corner. So I think listen to the experts, but don't deviate from your own internal compass. Has been really the lessons that I've learned here. I think when it comes to other lessons, right? If you're going to run a tightly capitalized company, right, or if you're going to try and self-fund it, you better have a pretty good idea of what it looks like when somebody comes in and they raise $1 million or $1 billion, depending on your industry, and what are you going to do to set up your defensive barriers? And again, I learned this the hard way, right? I had this great company, we had a small, nimble team, we were building this beautiful product, getting it out to our doctors, and a competitive group raised a couple $100 million and went into the States, and just overnight, right, your business is gone. So what are you going to do to set up those defensive boundaries? And so I think, as we're looking around at some of these IP protections, is that going to come through in time? Our IP protection is really only also as valuable as your ability to defend that. So do you actually have the resources to go out and make sure that there's appropriate enforcement of your intellectual property? So I think just kind of making sure that you are looking at those unknown unknowns as best as you can, and then following them.
Then for Mark, so you mentioned that you were kind of interested in entrepreneurship during your time in undergrad here with the Keller Center, and then you were working at Google and Amazon, and now you're at Warren. So I think you've kind of been surrounded by like entrepreneurial ecosystem, but like what have you learned at each of the places you've been in, kind of even if you're not specifically working on your own startup, like how have you seen people around you like do their own startups, or like what have you learned about entrepreneurship kind of through those lenses? And would you ever start your own startup?
Yeah, I can tackle a few of those differently. So I'll start with like founders, just because I have a more recent. So at Wharton, in my MBA class, there's a few like current and exited founders, and one thing that I think differentiated that I'm working with one like currently on a venture, to answer that question, and he has a very strong sense of like this is like the future. Like to him, like the future is definitive and it involves community, and I think that is courtside the Golden State Warriors. Curry's gonna sign our stuff, and we're gonna take a flight to playing out. Oh, this dude is crazy. This is like a founder of like a media company that's doing really well. And so I think that that type of positive relationship, like ability to set that long-term goal, has been something that I've been really impressed by in terms of the entrepreneurial space. In terms of Amazon and Google, the main thing that I've learned there is like at the core of those businesses is that like product market fit, right? And it goes back to like how they started. People find Amazon useful, and there are things that Amazon really sucks at. Like the website's kind of ugly, like there's a lot of this. People are getting frustrated with the product, but at the core, it's useful to people. And it's the same thing with Google. Like, I literally sold ads. People hate ads. Like, that's not a thing. But if you are Google and you control the access to basically the internet, and then you have Expedia who's an advertiser, and every time someone wants to travel somewhere, they go on Google, and Expedia wants to advertise to potential travelers. Like that is product market fit. There's no question about it. And so I think what those two experiences taught me is really hone in on this, like, okay, like what is the key like value creation of business if I'm to do any business? And so that's led into kind of this current venture I'm working on with the Sound Board. It's very much like, okay, like what exactly do I bring to this team? Why are we different from the other people working on it with? And like what really, like what kind of value are we creating and how are we capturing that? That sounds very business school. I'm sorry. But it's like why should people buy from us? Why should people work with us? And we think about that question every single time. And I think that was honed in on what I think those two factors.
Amazing. Okay, so last question, just to keep us on time. What's one final piece of advice that you'd like to give to the Princeton students in the room, the founders in the room, anyone else who might be in the room? It doesn't have to be based on your specific career background, but just what is something that you think many people forget or get carried away with and don't think about as they're going through life?
I think don't be embarrassed to. Okay, I was gonna say don't be embarrassed to be yourself, but it's not like that. Like casual. It's more like if you are a founder, right, and you are afraid of risk, know that in yourself, and like you don't have to like look at the PayPal mafia or like whatever, like all these like things that you see on LinkedIn and be like, I have to be like X type of founder. I have to be like this because I'm a startup. Instead, I think it's more productive to think about what exactly like are you afraid of? What exactly are you motivated by? And align your startup or whatever you're working on to those motivations, and I think you'll have a better time.
Yeah, I guess for me, I think if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur or starting a new business, you better have a reason other than I want to make a ton of money and have a great business. If you're not willing to literally get out of bed every morning and say, this is the problem I want to solve, your chances of succeeding are greatly diminished, right? And so while there's a huge amount of ideas out there and lots of opportunity, for me, I have found you really actually have to care about what you're doing at a level that is beyond just, this is a great business idea, I think we can make a lot of money doing this, right? And so I think be prepared to really invest yourself because you will have to do it if you're going to be successful.
One thing that I would say to everyone, and this is one of my biggest pet peeves in the world, is before you sign anything, read the contract. Everybody laughs, but there are a lot of terms and conditions in contracts that if you do not read them and you sign it, you have legally obligated yourself to adhere to. For example, if you use a third party to handle the payments for your system, for your product, what is their limit of liability in the contract? Because they will limit their liability. If you are working with someone who's investing in your product, what percentage of your profits, your revenues are they taking? How much of your product, of your invention do they own? Read the contract. There is this amazing invention nowadays
just follow on, just because I think you gave some great advice, right? Read the contract, but don't only just read the contract, right? So a lot of people are coming into these spaces and maybe you haven't seen these contracts before, right? Ask somebody else, what does this mean? Why do I have to sign this? And the least favorite answer I ever get to something like this is, oh, everyone else just signed it. That is a terrible answer, and it probably should increase your scrutiny, right? So don't be afraid to ask, why is this in here, and why are we agreeing with this? It's great.
All right, on that note, let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. All right, now we'll have our strong TigerLaunch members carry the chairs back out, and we'll start with round 2 shortly.
I keep losing my bag. Oh, you did, thank you.
I think we're ready for round 2. So momentarily we'll have, what do we want? You. Okay. We're going to start with round 2 now. So we're going to have Noah announce the next start going.
Awesome. Okay, next up we're going to have Dark Bioscience. Dark Bioscience is just transforming
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Suraj Kuncham from IIT Patna. I'm a 20-year-old student. And this is my colleague Raunak Adhikari from IIT Bombay. He's 22 years old. We are Project X. For the past 2.5 years, we've been trying to solve a problem we identified in the first year of college itself. A very simple problem that I'm fairly certain most of the students in this room have faced at a certain point in their lives. The problem of IT infrastructure. We are from India, and we identified that whether you are in a tier 1 institute or a tier 3 institute in India, the IT infrastructure across universities is vastly underpowered, which requires students to purchase a $2,000 laptop in the first year of college itself to perform any application, some applications that are a part of their course curriculums. Take an engineering student trying to run applications like CAD, or a design student trying to perform applications or video editing, Blender, or any such heavy computational task. It simply requires more computational power than is present in a 10-year-old system in the most of the university laboratories across most emerging countries. To solve this simple problem, we started out looking for solutions that are affordable and accessible. And while building that, we got started with Infinity, the world's first web-based cloud computing platform that is universally accessible across every device and usable by every tech and non-tech user alike.
So, more than 70% of businesses and individuals face these issues every single day. We have done a primary research ourselves, and there's a lot of secondary data to back this data as well. So, moving forward, we have developed a web platform that helps us access all these applications on the browser of any device in a simple web application format. So the main key features of Infinity are that you can run applications from Windows, Linux, or any other platform inside Infinity under one umbrella. It runs on any device, and you don't need to install anything on it. So we have a library of applications that's already installed, and you can access those applications from there. So we'll just go for the demo. It's a simple web app. You can see all the applications are already listed there. You can just go click. So it's just to show the latency, since the latency is a big challenge for text computing solutions like this. You can see that it runs pretty smoothly. We'll just move forward for time constraints. So if we compare Infinity with cloud VMs or traditional computers, Infinity stands out on almost all these parameters, be it performance, accessibility, or cost efficiency. Currently in the market, cloud VMs are relevant in the enterprise sector, but I've talked with engineers from across big FAANG companies or even mid-level enterprises. They all, it's a very big hassle for them to access VMs. So we are essentially killing the need for virtual machines. If we compare Infinity with all these solutions, we can see that we are the most affordable and accessible solution out there in the market. And Infinity is 57% cheaper than like a MacBook Pro, guys, and it's more than 50% cheaper than the current solutions in the market.
So Infinity's market share was initially to solve a simple student problem that we faced in India, which itself we identified has a market cap of over $1 billion across the world. But going forward, after we built Infinity, we realized the immense potential for B2B applications globally in enterprises from ITES to other sectors for Infinity. And that expands to a $320 billion end consumer computing market. And Infinity is priced cheaper than any mobile data plan in the United States, leaving it more affordable than, as my partner already stated, a MacBook Pro on EMI, or for example, a subscription of Jio in India, which is one of the most popular telecom platforms. And so far, we've already done about 2,000 private user testings in India with researchers, academicians, freelancers across the country. And about 3 months ago, we started out a partnerships program with universities across the country, and that has now over a 30,000 student community established and ready to test Infinity as soon as we release.
And on the enterprise side, actually lots of enterprises and YC companies reached out to us. They faced this problem so badly. They reached out to us and just to touch on the GTM, we are currently doing pilots at lots of places in India and in the US. And for individuals, we are just targeting communities that we have, strong communities, and we don't want to spend on marketing that much at this point of time, so that's what the GTM is. Our team is a team of young individuals, and we are actually led by a very experienced group of advisors who have built the core technology that we have actually are working on, and they're also investing in this round. Moving forward, we actually raised around recently from one-time ventures at a safe note, and we have raised around $50,000 before that as grants and CCDs, and we have won a few other competitions that got some media attention in the last year. We've
gotten validation from business leaders across India and globally, including the chairman of iGlobal, an Indian billionaire, Ritesh Agarwal, and other corporate leaders across the country.
Any questions?
I hope I didn't just miss it. So where is your compute? Who are you purchasing the compute from? Are you building your own infrastructure? What's the...
We need incremental server. It works on that. So we have used GCP, we have used AWS, it works fine on all of those solutions. But we are in talks with some other independent vendors that are way, affordable.
Significantly more affordable.
Yeah, significantly more affordable. So we are just,
And do you have kind of ballpark margins? I mean, so you basically
we have
compute
margins.
and reselling?
Yeah, but our gross margin is up to 70% actually.
After the pricing that we already stated.
Yeah, after the pricing that we stated. Where's the pricing slide? Never mind, I'll just go there.
So, in addition to being more affordable, the primary objective of us was that there are a lot of platforms like AWS and GCP that have existed for a very long time, but they're not accessible by a non-tech user or a non-developer. We can be accessed by pretty much anybody who knows how to use Windows.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about how you handle the licensing for the underlying apps, and also, is there a, just a second question is, are you shifting the problem from a hardware to a network problem?
Yeah. So for the licensing part, at this point of time, we're using all the open source applications. We have already started partnering up with that application vendors like MATLAB and Unity. They have all shown a lot of interest. And on the hardware part, we are actually converting the capex into opex for the enterprises. We are cutting on the depreciation cost for them by at least 30%. That's and up to 60% actually. We have done the max.
So in terms of testing data, we have already gotten clear results that we are cheaper by any virtual machine by over 40%. By simply not using the complete computing power that a virtual machine provides.
Just to add on to this, our core technology is patentable and we're filing the patent at this point of time. We've identified the novelty, and that's just around to it.
One of our core members was Mr. Carlos Eduardo from NVIDIA, who is one of the founding members of Kubernetes itself. So with his guidance and all the industry support that we've got, we developed a unique microservice-based architecture. Any other questions, guys?
Zach, you mentioned that it was auto-scalable. Can you talk a little bit about the scaling strategy, especially using users and infrastructure?
Absolutely. Yes. So traditional virtual machines, they have an instance, it has certain allocation, like resource allocation, suppose 16 GB RAM, 4 GB VRAM, something like that. So most of the time people don't access the full resources. And they have to scale it up, scale it down manually. They need a lot of engineers to do that. In our case, all the applications here are running independently. So no matter how many applications you use at the backend, it's just scaling on its own using Kubernetes at the backend. So it's a fundamental shift from the full computing experience. And in the age of agentic AI, we need a lot of compute power. For last week I met Gary Tan, so he was saying the same thing actually. So that we are essentially transforming the way human beings interact with computers. So in the next 5 years, when people use augmented reality, virtual reality glasses, and VR headsets, they won't really have big computers. So this is the core technology that will be used in the future. That's what we are building.
A form of deviceless.
Yeah.
I guess like, but for your business, does that still depend on like what AWS and GCP are providing you, or how does that?
Not exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so
cloud agnostic and please go ahead.
we are not using any secondary services. Everything has been built by us. That's why it took 3 years. So we have our own code base that we have, and we're like filing a patent for that as well. Any questions?
All right, that's actually all the time we have.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day.
Okay, next up we have Imagine Devices. Imagine Devices is a pioneering medical device company dedicated to revolutionizing neonatal care by integrating feeding, venting, and vital sign monitoring into a single innovative solution for preterm care.
So good afternoon everyone. Myself Saiful Khan and along with me is my co-founder Isha Goswami, and we are building Mutanex, the world's first platform to provide the most rapid and most affordable precision medicine services. As we all know, according to the recent trends, precision medicine is the future of healthcare. It is a complex process of evaluating each and every body makeup, genetic makeup, clinical analysis, and giving you the perfect doses of best drug possible. But do you know only 8% of the patients worldwide receive the treatment they need? That means more than 1,700 people die every day because of ineffective treatment, and 92% of chronic patients suffers from the ineffective treatment because of adverse drug reaction side effects, making side effects the top 10 causes of death worldwide. And all of this because precision medicine is painfully slow and extremely expensive. Like it takes around 2 to 4 weeks to actually create a precision medicine profile, and 1,000 to 2,000 US dollars. And data complexity involved in such processes is that it requires multiple specialists. So as hospital administrators or doctors, we are not able to provide precision care for everyone. Because this is how it looks right now. Pretty complex, right? So that means this complexity, a patient such as David with metastatic colorectal cancer, precision medicine is out of his reach. That's why we have created Mutanex. It is the platform which automates the complete process of precision medicine and gives directly treatment to the prescribers, doctors, within 15 to 30 minutes. That is up to 1,000 times faster than the traditional approach. And we do this by providing patients a seamlessly active platform where they can directly put in their symptoms, their clinical details and family history, and directly get a free predictive AI report through which we assign them to best doctors suitable for their diseases. And then doctors can use this platform to identify the various genetic mutations directly from the sequence, radiology images, interpretation, and laboratory collaboration, and directly get precision medicine treatment. Apart from that, we have this ability to do ADR profiling and continuous dosage modification as the process increases and progress of the patient. You can see the completely seamless process from pathological images to stage, genetic sequence to mutation, radiology images to the type of cancer, because we are currently dealing with cancer. All of this is included in a knowledge graph which gives direct precision treatment to the doctor itself. And the seamlessness is so that in our initial pilot, we have received 9 out of 10 usability rating. And doing this is so important because every 1 in 8 people around the world is suffering from chronic or genetic disease. That means more than 1.2 billion patients are suffering from that. And our initial targeted obtainable market includes 70 million patients. And apart from that, if each of the patients are just paying as less as $80 for completely precision medicine profiling, including analysis, genetics, and everything, we are looking for a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. That's why we have created a dual revenue channel where we charge patient for premium where we give patient a premium subscription plan and charge them for paid services through precision treatment, and our laboratory partners and hospitals basically the analysis tool for analyzing each and every report. Apart from that, Mutanex is rapid, affordable, and easy to use as per our competitors, but most probably it is the holistic healthcare experience, does not basically meaning that each and every patient entering our application directly gets the treatment. This whole approach is validated through the various government supports and collaborations we have received, most importantly the ENTLER, as well as various achievements in multiple international competitions. But majorly we have delivered 2,000 plus AI predictive reports up until now in our initial pilot.
We have a user engagement of more than 2,000 patients, and according to our initial surveys, doctors and patients both are willing to pay. We have 4 research partners and 5 plus potential healthcare partners, including UK Biobank, 1000 Genome, Apollo Hospitals, and Supertech Labs. And recently, we are in process of partnership with leading medical data provider of US, Truveta, which has around 120 million data sets of US people, including the genetic data sets, including the radiology imaging, and we have also received many physician feedback on our go-to-market strategy specifically, and which is after getting regulatory approvals, we will start with hospitals as well as the laboratory, and after that, down the line, we will do the D2C collaborations. Hence, our priorities will be collaborating, licensing approval, and getting to distribution channels. And with this, we aim for full global expansion. And we are the team of expertise in healthcare. We have a team of bits to do the tech as well as the marketing. And we are backed with a great advisory role, including the research scientists as well as the medical professors. And we get things done, including partnership, product development, as well as the proven impact. And we are raising around $200,000, and TigerLaunch is our last and major steps to do this. And at the last, I want to say that chronic disease and genetic disorders still remain the leading cause of the death worldwide. And in the 6 minutes we have spoken, around 300 people have already lost their lives. So join us in this mission to save more than 70 million lives and making precision medicine accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I noticed in one of your physician responses there's concern about data security and privacy. Can you talk about
Yeah, so basically the most data sets that we receive patients are anonymous, and the security is that we are compliant with all the regulatory guidelines from FDA and various countries that we are in, and we do not store any of the patient data and directly collab with the laboratory. So it is an assistive tool to laboratory to directly get the radiology interpretation or genetic sequence interpretation within an hour basically. So the whole security process is taken into account as per the regulatory guidelines. So there is no problem with the security of the patient itself.
Can you just speak a little bit more to the mechanism by which you're actually getting this data? So how are you getting genetic sequencing data? How are you getting radiological image data from these patients?
Okay, so the process is that with majorly the patient who basically signs on the platform, we connect them to the doctors and laboratories which are collaborated with us. And the laboratories, after that, the doctor receives the predictive assessment. He will do the physical examination and everything and write various tests which are involved, such as radiology test or genetic test. And after collection of the sample, our laboratories will upload the data of maybe pathological image of breast cancer or genetic sequence. And majorly nowadays it takes up to 5 to 7 days for biopsy reports to come. But through our AI algorithms, it just takes an hour to interpret those images and genetic mutations, and directly on the basis of all the mutations and the demographics filled by patient and the information filled by doctor, the collaborative knowledge graph is created, and we search for the clinical government trials data sets for the best treatment possible for that characteristics of the patient on the stage, on the mutation, and then give doctors a tool to write down the progress and get doses modification as the progress of the patient in continuous.
I'll just continue to follow on. I mean, it also seems like, frankly, you're trying to solve all of medicine.
It's basically for a breast cancer patients for now, because we evaluate the cancer patients, and the radiological images which we trained are basically for breast cancer, and we are expanding from breast cancer to stomach and other lung type cancers as well, because multiple models have to be trained for other diseases such as lung cancer. But our genetic sequence is for whole genome, so we can get mutations of whole genome which are pathogenic for the patient itself. So our product right now has ability to evaluate cancer patients, majorly for breast cancer.
Digital diagnostics, right? So if you're actually saying this disease or this patient has this treatment paradigm, each one of those indications is likely to be FDA regulated itself. So every single indication that you target, you would have to go.
It is different from all the whatever the treatment we are recommending for the patient or the doctor, all is different in our report that this treatment comes from this clinical trial. Yeah, because of these characteristics of the patient directly match with the clinical trial inclusion criteria. So each and everything is different, and it's up to the physician to provide the medication.
I want to add that aiming for software as a medical device approval from the FDA, as well as Cisco back in India and in US both.
All right, well, that's about all the time for questions. Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up our second round of teaching. Now we can move into lunch, long awaited. So just to keep things orderly, let's have the our judges go out first, and the food will be right where you got breakfast as well. And after the judges are out, we'll send out the competitors and then oh, and then please be back at around 1:45 p.m. so we can keep things on track.
how fashion companies create, plan, and produce.
Hi everyone, my name is Zid. I'm the co-founder and CEO of T-Fashion. So let's start here. This image that you see here, it's Atacama Desert in Chile, and you're seeing mountain of unsold clothes dumped into the desert. And just in this area, we're talking about hundreds of tons of unsold clothing. And this is literally visible from space. There are tens of places around the globe where fashion companies are dumping their excess stocks. This is the dirty secret of fashion industry. We're talking about $200 billion of excess stocks every year, which is 60 billion unsold garments per year, which is enough to clothe every human being 8 times over. So what is the cause of this? Growing up in a family of textile workers, I saw firsthand that creativity drives fashion. People don't use data in the fashion industry, and without data, it's just a guessing game. We're looking only on the aesthetics. And we are creating products that doesn't really resonate with the end customers. We need to talk about the modern customer here. The new customer, the Generation Z, they're spending 6 hours per day on TikTok and Instagram combined. The trends are being moved around the world. Everybody's connected. We're talking about billions of images shared on TikTok and Instagram combined, with tens of billions of interactions taking place. This is where now where the trends are created. So the solution that we provide in this complex world is a digital fashion workspace for creative teams and the fashion companies. We try to help them understand the trends, understand the consumers, and help them create products that really resonate with the end users. To help them navigate in this complex environment, we analyze social media channels. We analyze TikTok, Instagram, we analyze different fashion needs. So we collect data according to the specific target audience the fashion brand is aiming for. This data consists mainly of images, so our computer vision models extract everything that is related to fashion and images. We extract the demographic information, the accessories, clothing items, design details of these clothing items. Imagine we apply this for millions of images on a daily basis for a certain target audience, accompanied with the engagement metrics. We're able to tell what our consumers are actually interested in and give a data layer to fashion companies. We give them predictive insights on what they should be focusing on. So in our tool, we have 4 main focuses. First is trends. Trends bit is where our customers are following the trends. They're tracking what our target audience is interested in. For example, you're seeing an analysis for London women aged between 18 and 25. They're selecting their relevant time frame, and they're able to see the top trends, top colors, top materials, and they're able to see how this is working in the market, how the consumption behavior is changing on real time. So we're giving them a 90% accuracy on trend insights, which creates consistent 100% hit rates with the products they're creating, with no excess stocks. Second tool we have is explore this. Since we already have data coming from different fashion needs, from social media channels, we give them a created area where they can see the top trending looks from all these different channels. Normally the practice right now is to manually go on TikTok, Instagram, spend 4 or 5 hours per day trying to find these inspirations, and we're decreasing this to 1 hour per day. We're saving them 3 hours with this explore page. Studio is our AI designer, so our customers are able to create designs just by explaining what they want to design. For example, a mini dress with cutout details and royal blue color, and within seconds our AI is able to create 4 different designs where you can take further actions, change the neckline, change the color, and iterate on the design. And with this tool we're able to speed up the design process by 70%. So T-Fashion is a solution that combines several steps in one platform. We're helping our customers research trends, create designs, we're informing marketing teams, we're informing e-commerce teams, and we've already been working with some of the leading brands of the world. We're working with ASOS, Levi's, Mavi. We generated $150,000 of revenue last year, and we already signed contracts after proving the success with brands like ASOS of $2.5 million for the year of 2025 and 2026. We're also in touch with some of the leading brands. We're doing pilots with H&M, Zalando, Forever 21, and we can see that there is a great need to have this data layer because the processes are not just wasteful, it's unsustainable for the fashion businesses. So the team behind this is myself. I study AI at University of Toronto. I'll be graduating in 2 weeks. Mehmet Ali is my co-founder and my CTO. We've been working together for more than 7 and 8 years. Furkan is my AI director and our co-founder. He has PhD on AI, focusing on applications in the fashion domain. So the technologies that you're seeing today is an output of more than 8 to 9 years of research and development. Right now, we're also raising a fund to expand the engineering and sales teams. We're raising $500,000 with $100,000 already committed. This will be used to expand the product and our technologies. So if you're interested, please get in touch with me. Thank you for listening.
Purchase, so the customer is the big store, it's got a
Yeah,
lot of customers. How are they're selling one-off, will they do any rental? Because I know that's kind of a trend in the market right now. Are you thinking about that business model at all?
Not really. The way we're working with the brands is they're basically subscribing to a certain target audience. So they said that I want to analyze, let's say like New York woman, age between 18 to 25, street style, and they're subscribing for a year. And on a daily basis, we're collecting data for them to understand the trends, help them with the design creation. So we work on a subscription model so far.
But selling to like design houses, I mean,
we work with fashion brands like ASOS, Levi's, these type of fashion brands, and we're working with their manufacturers. We're informing their manufacturers on the upcoming trends as well, so that they have the materials ready, so that they're not missing out on the trends and they're producing actually what consumers are interested in.
Let me pause this real quickly. So you are a SaaS company based on subscription based, and the goal is to reduce the waste.
Yeah. Yeah, and we already achieved this with ASOS last year. That's how we got a $1.8 million of contract with them. They had $1.5 billion of excess stocks with 1 year of working. We developed the test and react model with 0 excess stocks last year.
have you considered just using it yourself?
We actually considered this before, and we had offers from different manufacturers saying like, I can produce this for you, but we're not taking that route. Like, we're only gonna help the fashion brands first.
Is there a lag in time with the trend analysis and the time it costs to manufacture? And what happens before that?
Of course, there's a lag.
Right, so what happens when you this is basically
Of course, there's a lag, and this depends on the companies. We're able to create forecasts up to 12 months. So we're giving them predictive insights up to 12 months, but like in ASOS case, they're able to, when they see a trend, they're able to produce it and send it to the customers within 3 weeks with low batches. That's the catch here. Rather than just like blindly investing a year ahead, 20,000 of an item, they're being more reactive, and we're helping them watch the demand and repeat if necessary.
I mean, is there a possibility that you actually exacerbate the fast fashion?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So the way the fast fashion work right now, they don't use any data. So with the data layer, we're helping them watch the demand. They're acting faster, but the model that we're creating is a low batch production. So they're not like investing 20,000 items, they're only producing 1,000, 2,000. And they're watching the demand. If necessary, they're giving repeats to the manufacturers. And we're also informing manufacturers on what to keep stocks of in terms of materials and in terms of trends. This is how we achieve like the 0 excess stock.
I would think a lot of the excess stock issue is not just trend mismatch, but sizing mismatch. Is there, right? Because you know what I mean? Like you might produce something on trend, but produce too many smalls and not enough mediums or whatever. Is there any sort of optimization in that regard?
We don't really do sizing. You're right, like this is part of the problem. But what I've seen growing up, like producing for H&M's that my family used to produce, I'm working on Turkey. And the main problem here is like the current practice is they don't use data. They're only looking at the commentaries coming from fashion experts saying that in 2027 people will be wearing pink. But by 2007, there's so much happening, and all the investment you made on pink is just goes to waste. So this we see as the main problem. Sizing is also like another contributing factor as well, but we're not doing anything on the sizing.
I know, what is the subscription fee?
$3,500 per month per target audience.
Yeah, all right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Ilya Adhesiv. Ilya Adhesiv is a green technology company that offers innovative, pioneering, and sustainable sealant and adhesive solutions for every material application and user industry.
Hi, we're Invictus Robotics, and we've developed the first commercial aerial manipulator, which is the fancy academic term for drone with robotic arm. So, heavy industries around the world are riddled with issues to do with worker health and safety, costs and delays of projects, labor shortages and emissions, and the amalgam of these issues results in billions lost for said corporations. And a lot of these issues stem from working in difficult areas, predominantly working at heights. But as a result, they can be saved with the use of aerial robotics. So, enter AEROS, which stands for Aerial Effector Robot with Adaptive Stabilization. That basically means is we've taken the agility of a drone, combined it with the flexibility of a robotic arm, and our proprietary adaptive stabilization system has given birth to AEROS, as you can see in the photo there. So the way the stabilization system works is analogous to, if you've ever seen those videos where someone holds a chicken, and the chicken looks its eyes on something and they move the body around and its head stays in the same position. So when AEROS flies up and does a task, its end effector stays in the same position and maintains stability. So it's the first drone capable of physically interacting with its environment and can do a range of applications, as you can see there. Our go-to market application is aerial inspection with the most demand. So the way the system works right now is we have a partnership with companies that provide small NDT-based sensors. Things like ultrasound sensors, corrosion sensors. We integrate that lightweight sensor onto the end effector of the arm, and we fly up high to difficult areas, and we perform inspection maintenance tasks.
Yeah, so as Osman mentioned, we're currently focusing on taking AEROS units and deploying it across industry. So we've got signed LOIs with Momentum and Jacobs, two of the largest energy consultants in the world, as well as Commit to Drones, a regulation body in the UK which has access to drone operations with companies like Shell, the National Grid, and other large corporate bodies. We're currently focusing on Sellafield, which is a nuclear power company in the UK, and on their more than £1 billion decommissioning contract on one of their reactors. So this particular project has more than 450 active engineering side projects which involve aerial inspections and maintenance, so it really is just a playground for us to try out the tech and see what works best. So comparing it to conventional methods, I'm sure you guys are familiar with scaffolding, under-bridge lorry units, aerial lifts, etc. All of these are very dangerous. You have to send a human up, they have large CO2 emissions, take a lot of time and costs to set everything up. In comparison, AEROS literally just flies up with the same inspection tool, does the same task, comes back down, so having no worker risk and using sustainable batteries at a fraction of the cost and time. So today we're focusing on the nuclear and construction industries, but aerial inspection goes over a lot of different other industries. So for example, shipping, oil and gas, renewables, these are all sectors which we've been looking to get into over the coming years, which are expected to grow to $85 billion by 2029. So starting with a conservative rental figure of £10,000 per week, which we've derived from speaking to people in industry. This figure saves our partners around 80% of their own time and costs on the same methods of working at height compared to conventional methods. In 2025, with just 5 units, we're looking at a revenue of about £432,000 with a profit margin of 71%. That is set to increase in 2026 as we do batch and mass production.
So in terms of the technology, AEROS is a mountain of a product, and I'm proud to say we built it the entire thing from the ground up, mechanically, electronically, programmatically. All the systems you see, from the lightweight airborne robotic arm to the AI camera system capable of depth perception, and all the sensors that go along with it, and the hardware. So everything designed from material selection, every geometry, every control parameter is all us. And because this is a very niche and difficult problem to solve, aerial manipulation, we had to do it from the ground up. And so there's a lot of technologies eligible for patenting. And so this gives us a lot of defensibility in terms of the technology. In terms of competition, so your Skydio and DJI just do image and video capture. Our closest competitors are only two companies out there, Skygauge and Valero, and they've seen a lot of success in the short amount of time they've existed, which is a testament to the kind of market we're engaged with in aerial inspection. Where we have them beat is they use a static probe, and that's just capable of basic, only a couple of inspection applications such as ultrasound imaging. Thanks to the flexibility of the robot arm, not only can we do more types of inspections, but we can also move into other markets like cable pulling applications or cleaning applications. So their success is a testament to the market, and we can go above and beyond. So I'm Osman Zaher, I'm CEO and founder of the company, and I founded the company a couple of years ago on the basis that I believe there's a gap in the industry in terms of the inefficiencies discussed, and that robotics is the way to solve all of those industries, and have spent set time building the product from the ground up, and a year ago we really got the business rolling.
And my name is Sachin, I'm the COO. I used to work in construction, so I saw firsthand all the different inefficiencies that existed on construction sites. You can see here we've exhibited a couple of times at the Excel in London, so that's direct to consumers. We've also won a couple of awards across the industry, and we've also exhibited at PwC, one of our other partners. So today we're looking to raise our pre-seed round, but any money that we do win today is going to be used directly towards fine-tuning and commercial preparation of errors, so taking it from 95 to 100%, which is just in time for our paid pilots with momentum across selected projects. Once we've got that down, then we'll be doing mass unit production, larger unit production into 5 units, and then going into deployment across other industries with Shell, National Grid, etc., and then onto batch production.
And so we're raising a £1 million pre-seed round, of which the TigerLaunch money will definitely help towards that. And so that will go towards hiring new employees. It's just Sachin and I at the moment. Dedicated workspace for a lot of robotic testing, and of course, looking into marketing and IP management for those patents as discussed. And that will help us deliver on those pilots in seller field, move into batch production, and enter into commercialization. And everything we've done so far is just bootstrap grit on just 45K from family and friends. And so we want to take it to the next level now. If you scan the QR code, you will see an early test demo video with technologies in Eris and in flying. So, thank you. Yeah, so for now, given the pilots we're flying it right now, so we come on site with Jacobs and fly and do set inspection now. As we move down the road and obviously providing more units, we'll develop training courses. So a lot of people know and are familiar with flying DJI drones. It's a very simple interface. We're designing the control interface to be very similar. The only new system is a control of the arm. So the way it works is, you fly the drone up, similar to the DJI, which people are familiar with. You switch to arm mode, drone stabilizes, and you, the user, scan the video, you'll see a video of me with the joystick controlling the arm around. Finish the task, come back and fly back down.
What other things have you thought about in terms of you're scaling up the drone, making the arm more capable of heavier loads and things like that? Do you think there's a big market in just like a lightweight sensor that you're able to more precisely place and to do physical things, construction tasks, things of that sort?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it is rested on that kind of AI stabilization system, but that's scalable. So in terms of what we build now, even the ones we have, the model has a payload of around 1 kilo in vector, which a lot of the sensors and tools it works. But of course, down the road we can scale the technology up to be, much bigger, use, large range propellers, and then, scale that payload up to, 6 to 7 kilos, maybe carry small actual construction objects around, for example, small beams. And you've seen like Amazon, drones that do drop delivery. We're not just doing dropping, we can, if you pick up a beam, then you can orient it in a certain way next to the arm and position it higher up. So there's applications there, and the technology is physically scalable. So yeah.
Are you thinking about like production costs? It's a highly sophisticated product. Do you have potential partners in mind, or how are you thinking about the actual cost of the prototype? You guys have to design the product.
Yeah. So the model we built now is essentially going to be the official model. So it costs around 10K to build, but with bulk purchases and all the component suppliers we have, that will roughly come down to 6 to 7K per batch production. We do use a lot of kind of proprietary components in terms of actuators, gearbox, and GPUs, and we have set up basic kind of relationship with set suppliers. It's just a matter of doing the pilot. So we want to build 5 more units in-house just regularly, and then we move into batch production. Then we'll set up just kind of bulk purchases from the component suppliers.
what about pricing sensitivity? So 10,000 a week for a rental. Have you done any studies to validate that that's sustainable? Yeah, no, for sure. So as I showed on this slide, we've actually exhibited at the Excel twice at UK Construction Week, and at those exhibitions, we had a chance to speak to consumers directly. So the customers came to us, and we asked them, how much do you guys spend on scaffolding for an aerial inspection? And they told us, and that's what the figures are derived from. The figure of £10,000 per week, as I mentioned there, it gives them a saving on time and cost of about 80%. We did a case study with a concrete inspection company. They had to close off the entire road for 4 weeks with an underbridge lorry unit. It cost them £300,000. On the contrary, we can do the same inspection with no human risk for about £20,000 and do it within 3 days.
You guys thought about also in addition to the robotics focusing on full autonomy?
Yeah, that's come up a lot because the hardware itself is such a mountain to get through, and the stabilization in that regard, because it's not really a drone at this point, it's a whole system of itself really. We're focused on building that, but then down the road autonomy will definitely come up. So, one thing that's discussed, if we have multiple of these things working at a small construction site or an energy plant doing multiple tasks, and you have a software where you can manage everything, that's come up. Again, that's a that's a whole tech in and of itself that we can come down a little bit, but definitely, now that this is here, the potential for that is huge. Thank you.
And so now we're moving on to our final pitch of the day with Legion Platforms. Legion Platforms is making games accessible to people with bad computers, slow internet, or have devices that can't download games.
pledges, I will be leading the deliberation room, so just follow me. And everyone else, please enjoy the keynote.
Yes, it's my great pleasure today to introduce Robert Wall of Princeton Alumni Angels. And yeah, thank you guys so much for a great round of pitches. I'm going to pass it off to Rob now. Thank you.
This is small enough. Can you guys hear me? I can use this. Can you guys hear me? Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Jack and Haruka and the whole TigerLaunch team, who all have the great TigerLaunch swag, or as my friend says, merch, for all the work you guys put into this conference. Finding teams from around the world, as Jack said, the best student startups in the world, so congratulations to all of you. To our teams today, I saw most of the pitches. You guys did a terrific job, very impressed, and I just want to thank you guys for coming from around the world. It's a terrific group. So, what I'm here today to talk to is really perspectives from a VC. And I want to first give you a little bit of my background. I'll keep it short. But I am one of 3 people leading a healthcare impact investing fund called the Catalytic Impact Fund. We look at early stage healthcare investments, everything from therapeutics, health services, medical devices, digital health technology. We've invested about 60 startups over the last 5 or 6 years. For those of you in this room who are Princetonians, some hopefully soon to be alumni, I founded and built with a number of people something called Princeton Alumni Angels, which is actually 3,000 people globally, all around the world, who are interested in entrepreneurship, innovation, startups, great trends, and we have about 500 people that regularly invest. We look at about 500 companies a year. We look at 120 really closely, who we've invited to pitch over the course of the last 6 years. We've invested in 55 companies now, and we've probably done follow-on investments in about half of them. So between CIF and PAA, I've been involved in overseeing about 120 investments the last 6 to 7 years. I also teach and mentor at the NSF I-Core Hub, which is based at Princeton, but includes 12 universities, including Yale, Yale Medical School, Rutgers, and others. We're spinning out great companies from academia and medical centers. And in my prior life, I was a partner at a private equity group called Carlyle. I ran our Asian technology, media, and telecom buyouts, but also involved with all our venture capital investments out there. I was based in Hong Kong for 8 years. And before Carlyle, I was helped build and then lead Goldman's technology, media, and telecom group across Europe and then across Asia. So that's sort of my background. What I didn't say here, since you have so many people around the world, is I think in the 12 or so years I was in Europe and Asia, I worked in 45 different countries across Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Eastern Europe, East Asia, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, on either transactions or investments. And I think as many of you come from places outside the US, you know how many different challenges and opportunities there are. So happy to talk about that more later. So I want to talk about 3 things really here. One, how do investors, how do venture capitalists actually evaluate early stage companies? Secondly, obviously it's been a tumultuous landscape, and you know there's been a lot going on in the US and the world. So how has that impacted venture capital? And a little bit, just very briefly, tips on crafting a good pitch for those of you that are out there who may not be founders, who may be founders and thinking about pitching. But I want to spend most of my time, I was on the train yesterday coming back from some meetings and just typed up some thoughts on 10, 20 years of experience, actually probably 20 or more, including venture capital and private equity investing. Some of the lessons I've learned in venture capital, some things to think about as you grow, as you think about starting companies and starting businesses. And I definitely want to make sure you guys have time to ask questions and make this interactive. The last thing you want to do again today is just hear from one person for an hour, so we'll try to be a little quick. So what am I talking about today? It's really angel venture capital early stage investing. That's pre-seed, seed investing. It's very early stage up to Series A investing. So these companies are very early, imperfect, relatively unformed companies. So it's really simple.
when a company comes to us and we see over 1,500 at CIF, over 1,500 pitch decks in companies a year, we only talk to 150, and we really invest in about 15 a year. So how do we figure out between the 1,500 and the 150, how do we get there? And it's really simple. There are a bunch of questions we ask ourselves, and you need to check some of these boxes and answer them. And if and only if you can get through these criteria, then we're going to meet with you. So as you're thinking about your companies, as you're thinking about positioning, people tend to lead with technology. My product is great. It does a million things. My technology is the best in the world. Actually, as a VC, I don't care that much about that until I get to a next meeting. I really want to know the following. What problem are you solving, right? If you can't clearly enunciate a problem you're solving, not really interested, right? You have to be solving a major problem. What's your solution? Is it disruptive? Is it innovative? Is it really differentiated from what's out there? Or is it just incrementally better? If so, again, not of any interest. This is so critical for early stage companies. Why is this the right team? So if you're founding a company, it's a very small team. So by team, I don't mean just the 2 founders. Maybe it's the founders plus your advisors plus your board members. But collectively, why is this the best team to execute, to build, to scale, and successfully build this business? And I can tell you, looking at over 1,500 businesses a year, there are a lot of great, innovative, disruptive ideas. There are far fewer teams with the experience, the skills, the judgment, the capability to successfully block and tackle and execute. This is the critical question for early stage companies. Is the market opportunity, you've heard a lot about slides, total available market, serviceable, addressable market, serviceable, attainable market, right? Market sizing. It does matter. You may have the best product and innovation in the world, but if it's in a tiny market, it's really not venture investable. So establishing that size of the opportunity is important. This is critical, guys. Do you have a strong product market fit? So we see thousands of companies a year, or over a period of years, that all say, I've talked to 100 people, right? They all love my product. They all love the technology. They say it's great. Is there a strong product market fit? By that I mean, is your product or service or technology something that's an absolute must-have, right? Or is it just something people would like to have, right? Are you solving a critical, pants-on-fire problem, right? Are you solving one of the biggest priorities? Because people have a lot of problems in startups. You have a lot of challenges. Are you solving one of their key priority problems and enhancing their business? If so, you have product market fit. If it's nice to have and everyone loves your technology, that doesn't mean a lot. The next question is, there are lots of people out there, probably more than you're probably aware of as a founder. So how are you different? Who's out there? What are they doing? How are you differentiating? That's really critical. And then, really, do you have any sources of compelling, sustainable competitive advantage? For example, intellectual property. And by this I mean, you may have a great idea. You may have a great idea, right? It's innovative. It's disruptive. It's a great idea. It's a huge market opportunity. What's to prevent Google, Amazon, Meta, someone else from saying, he has a great idea. I'm just going to throw 100 million in and drive him out of the water, right? I'm just going to, I'm going to just take over this business. So are there any sustainable source of competitive advantage or moats or barriers to prevent others from saying, you have a good idea, I'm just going to throw money on it and do it better? Not working. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Yeah. What? So the other thing, we're not going to go into a lot of detail about this, but we do care about go-to-market strategy and unit economics, right? Again, not in a lot of detail initially, but later on. But how much do you spend to get a customer, right? This is something a venture capitalist will ask you. What's your CAC, the cost of customer acquisition, relative to the lifetime value of the customer? You heard some of the judges saying, what do you think about churn, right? So if you have a customer for 3 months and they're paying you $50 over those 3 months and it costs you $300 to get that customer, not a great return on that investment, right? So understanding that, understand your margins, when are you cash flow positive? For companies that are raising money, and that's pretty much everyone talking about venture capital, how much are you raising? What instrument? Do you have a convertible, preferred, a safe? What are the terms, governance? What are you going to use that money for? What milestones will enable you to hit? So you can say, when you go and raise the next round, I raised $500,000, I said I would do this, and I did that, right? What is it going to buy you? Who will allow you to hire? So pretty critical, how long will it last? This is another question. This is probably the one question that companies never prepare for, and investors always are thinking about. How do I get my money back? Just because we love your company or someone loves your business doesn't mean they want to just give you money for 50 years, right? If you're a venture capitalist, the only way you can raise fund number 2, if you have fund number 1, is to exit investments successfully, prove your track record, return capital, and then raise money. So we're always thinking about, as most exits are M&A, right? They're mergers and acquisitions. Very few exits these days are IPOs. Is there evidence of acquisition in your sector? Are there acquirers? Is there a lot of M&A? So that you can say to a VC, I'm confident that if we successfully build and scale this business and hit our milestones, there are at least 4 or 5 people who I can identify have been making acquisitions and would love to acquire us. That's critical. I won't go into detail, but obviously every sector is different, right? Healthcare, you have to think about regulatory pathways. Is it stage 1, stage 2, stage 3? Long pathway for biotechnology. Is it 510K for medical? Is it reimbursement? For clean tech, so much revolves around incentives driving business and driving adoption. For things like education tech, guess what, guys? There's a buying cycle, right? If you're a school system, you set your budget in December, January, February. Schools spend 2 months looking at how they can spend that budget. Then they make decisions, they train their teachers, and they implement it. So if you go to school in April and say, I've got the best thing ever, it meets what you need, they're going to say, why don't you come back in a year when we can actually buy it? So understanding that's critical. We'll save time for questions later. I just want to run through some of this. So you guys know what's been happening out there. It's sort of a mess, right? So I'm going to give you some highlights from Angel, which is really early stage investing in venture capital, but you've seen a lot and it has an impact. So angel investments have been down, early stage investments have been down. Average angels invest as a group about 250,000, but really that's skewed by some bigger investments. So a typical angel round is like 100, 200, 250. Where are people putting money? And this is different from venture capital. This is very early. People are putting money into healthcare, software, fintech, clean tech. That's the bulk of it right now. This will be a very different picture when I go to venture capital. Most of these investments are seed rounds. Valuations are pretty consistent, and as I'll tell you later in sort of some things I've learned in life and highlights and nuggets of wisdom, valuation doesn't matter as much as you think it does, unless you're way off market, right? But the standard valuations for pre-seed, seed, Series A have been pretty consistent over the last 2 years. People are investing through different instruments, preferred, convertible, and then there's something called SAFEs that a lot of you may hear when you start a very early stage company. A SAFE is called Simple Agreement for Future Equity. What does that mean? It simply means I'm going to purchase your company and we're going to figure out valuation later, right? Because we can't agree, because every founder thinks my company is a unicorn, right? I'm worth $1 billion. And every investor says you have nothing. You have an MVP or pre-MVP or pre-sales. Why am I taking all the risk and saying you're worth $1 billion? So what a SAFE does, first of all, it saves companies money. There's like Y Combinator SAFEs that all venture capital firms, their lawyers, and all the companies use. So they're widely accepted, so you don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars with lawyers drafting a preferred stock agreement. But what do? They just say, look, we will invest in you, and it's not equity, but it will convert into equity at the next price round. So let's say you have a company, you do a SAFE, and there are 2 parameters usually. There's a cap, so our maximum valuation, let's say it's 10 million, and a discount, let's say it's 20%. And that may mean the lower of, a $10 million cap or 20% less than the next round. Because, hey, we're investing now, we shouldn't pay what you're paying in the next round. But what this does is it says if the company succeeds, if you hit milestones, if you build value, if you have a record of execution and hitting milestones, you're going to get a reasonable valuation. And then the early investors will pay something targeted to that, but that's a little lower than that because they came early. So it solves all the debate about I'm a $1 billion company, you have nothing, right? And that's been very common. This is a little discouraging. Female-led companies, there are about 40% of the companies out there are actually early-stage companies led by females. They get about 24% of investment. So that's much better than venture capital, where female company-led companies get about 2 to 3%. A staggering number. But if you look at the percentage of venture that African American or Black founders, Hispanic founders are getting, very low. If you look at the same stages, on an equivalent stage of fundraising, the average male CEO raises 1.75, with the average female CEO raises, right, 275 versus 157. So there's still some gaps out there. There are a lot of good funds, including Princeton-led ones, people like Ida Ekudam, Gingerbread Capital, that are focusing on female-led, and some are focusing on minority-led companies. So venture capital, okay, this is a different story. This is the data for 2024, but it's even more pronounced in 2025. I'm not a Dickens fan, but it's a tale of two cities, right? What's happened? So investment is actually up this year in aggregate dollars. It's up like 30%. But the number of investments is at a 10-year low. So why is there a dichotomy? Well, it's pretty interesting. It's because 50% of investment venture capital is going to AI. And I don't mean just investment venture capital. I mean 2 people, spinning off OpenAI, and instead of raising a $2, $5, $10 million round, people are giving them $30 million, right? So when you look at the large deals done last year, the percentage of AI is like 70%. So what does that mean? It means for everything else, this is squeezing out investments in other sectors. So healthcare, software, clean tech are doing okay, fintech struggling, but it means there's a limited capital pool, there are a lot fewer investments, and the big dollars are all going into AI and chasing a trend. And that means everyone else is scrambling and scrapping, and it's tough out there. I'll give you an example. We talked about exits being important to venture capitalists, right? Last year, 150 billion up from 120 billion. That's great, right? Not really, because 3 years earlier, there were 820 billion of exits. So meaning you have all these funds out there that can't raise new funds because they're not getting exits, right? So there's less future capital out, and they're having to spend more money, as I'll tell you later, supporting existing companies. So it makes it really harder for new companies. Strength of team and execution. 3 years ago, I would have said companies that are doing well are getting funded. Companies that aren't doing well, there was some leeway and people were actually being understanding. Right now, it's Darwinian. If you're doing well, you hit milestones, you execute, you block and tackle, you might get funding, some are not. If you miss milestones, if you say, I'm raising $1 million in my seed round, I'm gonna hit these milestones, and you miss badly, you're dead. You're either doing a really bad down round or you're out, and no one's funding you. So execution and team have become critical. Okay, then all the other stuff, right? Market volatility, supply chain, tariffs, uncertain interest rate environment. So what does that do? That's constrained the whole investment outlook. So what does it mean? When I talk to fellow VCs at conferences, historically VCs would, it varies, but say, I'm gonna save 10, 20% of my fund to support my existing portfolio companies, right? I've heard friends of mine who are on Sand Hill Road and other places saying, we're deep into our portfolio. Some of our companies are doing well and can't raise money. We're actually reserving 50 to 60% of our fund for these great companies who can't get funding, which means we're not investing in a lot of new companies. So it's really constraining things. Ongoing funding risk is going to become, as I said, a big battle. So if you're a capital-intensive business, you really, you can do everything right. And this is an example of this in life sciences, biotech. You may be getting good animal data, good human data, but if it takes you $100 million in 10 years, there are a lot of good companies that say, I don't want to put all that money in. Finally, people are focusing on sectors with M&A activity and exits because they have to get exits or they can't raise their next fund. So this is limiting where they're investing, limiting how much money they're investing outside of AI, and having a real implications on both existing and new companies. And one evidence of this is we see tons of companies, including companies that are doing reasonably well. They think, I'm going to do my seed round at an 8 million, 10 million pre-money valuation. Then I'm going to do a Series A at 20, right? A Series B at 50. A lot of them are doing their next rounds or extensions or what we call bridge rounds at the same or reduced valuations. And it's not that they're not executing, it's that's where the market is. There's not capital in demand. People may feel they paid too much in the past and things were overinflated, but we see tons of companies doing flat and even down rounds who are doing well. So it means that when you guys are pitching, you got to do a good job, right? You got to stand out. How do you do that? I mean, you saw a great bunch of companies pitching today. They all have different styles, right? Some people have great slides, but they're very monotonous, or they're very dry. You know, there's a lot of work in psychology that shows that how much energy and passion you bring is infectious. Like, infectious at other people's decision making. Be excited about your company. Bring energy, bring passion. Another thing, don't spend 5, 10, 15 minutes or 15 minutes talking about your technology and product. You bore people to death. Important stuff up front. I'm solving a huge problem. We've got an amazing, innovative, differentiated, disruptive solution. We have a world-class team. It's a huge market opportunity, and lots of people are going to take us, exit, buy us when we're successful. Get all that up front. All this literature in neuroscience shows people make decisions in the first 3 minutes. So if you're trying to get all the good stuff in minute 15, you already missed the boat. Don't dwell and lead with your technology, product, service. If you get a detailed meeting, that's going to be an hour, hour and a half. People will get to that. You're not going to get to that next meeting unless you can click all the other boxes I mentioned. Guys, tell a story, have a vision, right? Like, have a tagline. We're so-and-so, and we're changing the way this, or we're disrupting, revolutionizing that. We're changing the world in a certain way. Get people excited about what you're doing, right? Have a vision. You need a plan, but you need something audacious, bold, daring. And please, don't just say, everyone loves this. This is great. It's going to change the world, right? Make sure you have product market fit. That means go to ICOR. Like, participate in the regional. There's an ICOR hub, an NSF ICOR hub here. I teach it. There's a 4-week regional program and then a bigger national program. You actually get paid money to go and talk to customers to test out hypotheses, right? Make sure that your target customers are the right ones, your beachhead customer, that you're solving a critical high-priority problem for them, and that they need to have what you're doing, right? It can't just be, this is great, I love it, right? It has to solve a priority problem. Use evidence to support your points. Make sure that when you talk about market size and market share and traction, you talk about your incubators and accelerators and awards and prizes. You have third-party grounding on how big the market is and how you're segmenting it. Please avoid jargon. Every company we talk to at 1500 is now an AI company. They're all a machine learning company. It's all buzz, and 10% of them are, and it's impressive. The other 90%, that's a turnoff. Also on the slide, every slide you have, let's say you have 15 slides or 12 slides. You don't have to read the whole slide. You don't have to communicate everything on the slide. You're going to the slide. Make sure there are 1 or 2 clear points that people take away. So that's really the only tips. I'm not going to go through this. I taught a bioengineering innovation class. We talked in detail about how to put together each of these slides. If anyone wants it, you can contact me later. But you basically have to have a certain number of slides that cover things. 30 seconds on the slide, hit the key points, get people excited, and then they're going to say, I want to meet with you and you and you. Let's spend an hour and a half and we're going to take a deep dive. And that's all you want. So here, if people say, what are the takeaways you want on a pitch, right? Point number 1, you're solving a real big problem. You have an amazing solution and it's a large market, right? Takeaway number 2, you have a truly innovative and disruptive solution that's going to change the way everything's done. You have really measurable competitive advantage against all your competitors or people out there, and there's some barriers so people can't copy it. There's IP, there are other modes. Point 3, and don't leave this to the last page, this is critical. This is the right team. Talk about your experience, talk about expertise. As I'll talk to you later, we love multi-founder teams because it's hard to do it alone. If you're multiple founders, talk about what your experience is and what yours and how your differential skills are complementary. Most teams, and I'll talk about lots of companies spinning out of universities and medical centers, really strong on science, right? Not so strong on go-to-market, on business, on sales, on building a brand, on regulatory. You don't need to have that. All early stage companies are perfect. You do need to have advisors, people around there so that you can get that expertise. That's critical. And then finally, the business has to make sense, right? Don't spend $1,000 for a customer that's going to give you $100 back over their lifetime. Margins, all of that. And if you're successful, there's an exit. Someone's going to buy you. And there are people that you can point to that have been acquiring companies like you in the sector. If you can do all that, your chances of getting a meeting go from like 1 or 2% to 50% or more. So that's what you have to do. It's an infomercial. Your second meeting, when you have an hour and a half, then you can talk about your product, your technology, you can fall in love with it. You can talk about everything in detail. You have to sell yourself. And when people are seeing 1,000 companies or more, 15 minutes, you have to answer all of these questions, right? Any questions? I want to take a break for 1 sec before I talk about some observations. Yes?
Yes, so I wanted to talk a little bit about your background. First off, should I introduce myself? I'm Lily.
Please, yeah, please do.
I'm a sophomore at Barnard studying econ, math, and computer science, which is why I'm tired a lot. But I wanted to ask a little bit, because looking at your background, you've worked in IBM a lot. You've done global work at a bunch of really big firms, and then you pivoted towards VC. Can you talk a little bit about what that mind shift was like and why specifically VC?
Yes, I will. And by the way, people always ask, like I always have students asking, and people come in I-Corps, like grad students, what's the right way to I want to start a company, or I want to work for a VC. Should I go directly? My honest answer is you can, but it's not necessarily the best way to do it. Because there are lots of different paths that develop different skills. I'll come back to your question in a second, but for example, you can go to banking and get very solid financial skills. You can go to some consulting and understand industry, how to look at industry, competitive advantage and strategy, right? You can work at a company, a more established company, really understand operation. How does supply chain work? How does like payroll, CRM, all these other things work? And then you can go into startup and develop the other skills. One of the dangers of just going directly to startups is the teams are so small. Everyone's bootstrapping, you're negotiating with funders, and you're getting the coffee, and you're fixing the copier, right? And it's not necessarily a great learning environment. Like if you're working at a bank or a consulting firm or a big technology company, you're gonna get mentored, you're gonna learn from those around you. So, I mean, my background was sort of very different. I worked in banking in the US and then in all across Europe and Africa and Asia. And a lot of the times we worked with companies that were small, not tiny small, but also tons of challenges, right? Every company in China had 3 sets of books. The ones they gave to the regulators, the ones they gave to the public, and the real books they gave to their investors, which had nothing to do with the other numbers. You need to get the right numbers, right? There's corruption, there's lack of transparency. There are just so many issues and barriers. And you have to be really creative and think out of the box. So that's helpful because early stage companies have lots of those challenges, right? You have to know when to keep running up against the wall and when to pivot and try to solve problems. So you don't have a lot of resources. You know, when I was a private equity partner at Carlyle, I ran our telecom media tech buyouts, but I also, because my background was telecom media technology, I was basically helping oversee one of the 2 partners, all of our venture investments in those areas. So we did a lot of early stage investments. The other thing we did in Asia, because with the Wild West in the 90s, everything was crazy. It was hard to find good management. We would augment management, but I think I was in 3 of our portfolio companies as a CEO for like 6 months at a time. I was a CFO. We got in the weeds, so we learned a lot of the operational stuff I never saw as a banker, right, or as a private investor until we acquired the company. And you had to figure out like how do you negotiate with content providers when you're scaling a cable company? How do you deal with, you know, mayors who want crazy things before they're going to give you an increase in your rates? How do you deal with all these messy things? Supply chain issues, I never had looked at that, right? So you learn a lot. And then, you know, what excited me when I came back to the US after 15 years was 2 things. One, it's the incredible innovation and disruption. Not just doing things better, but technologies, approaches, strategies that are completely transforming the way we do things. And I started off thinking I was going to be, you know, a doctor or pre-med, and then I fell in love with economics and policy and international development. But I still came from a family of doctors, was always involved in nonprofit stuff. And healthcare is an area where, over the last 10 years and the next 20 years, there's more fundamental disruption because of AI, big data sets, computational science, multimodal approaches, like looking at cancer and genetics and genomics. I mean, the landscape of how people are treated using digital health tech, remote models, is changing the world, not only in the US, but in developing countries. So that's exciting. What's also exciting about early stage companies is I like the idea about building things, and I like the idea of continuing learning. And you're constantly learning, even if you know a sector. Like technologies and products are so specific, you dive in and you're constantly learning. So we're still learning. And one thing I'll tell you later in my lessons is we make a lot of mistakes. And that's venture capital, and that's being an entrepreneur, right? It's not like private equity where in a couple of funds, 90% of our companies were 2 to 5 times, and 1 or 2 went down like 20%. In venture capital, statistically, you get almost all your return from 10%. And you get some return from the next 10 or 20, and the rest either flat down or go to zero, probably half will go to zero. So you're gonna fail a lot, right? But you learn a lot. So I don't know if that part answered your question, but all those things, working in uncertainty, being creative, thinking out of the box, you know, getting involved in operations, building things, thinking ahead of the curve. I think this venture and being an entrepreneur is a great way to do that. Sorry, go ahead.
That was great. Quick, my background then. I went undergrad, postgrad at Oxford, did synthetic molecularology, then spent the next few years in venture growth at Stepstone, actually in my office directly opposite Carl Housing. Like, I had a good experience there. And I think my question for you is, what do you do when you get an amazing outline of what you need now? What do you do to take those boxes and build a faculty you are tackling an industry-wide problem with technology that can disrupt the whole thing? And yet, you're still making these incremental gains, and we're doing Spark Cycle in a couple weeks now, and while these seem, like, for us, on a day-to-day basis, that we're making these major small wins, the fact of the matter is, like, when we talk to multi-stage funds for a seed, and we compare them to companies spinning out of pharma or spinning out of academic labs with 10, 15 years of data behind them, it becomes a hard pill to swallow. So is there a fifth secret box that you need to take to get
So great question, and especially in things like life sciences, deep tech, clean tech, a lot of similar issues. By the way, what college at Oxford?
Queens.
Okay. So I did PPE for my junior year abroad.
Okay, wow.
So interestingly enough, there are a lot of great companies that aren't getting funding or struggling. One of the things that for life sciences, for deep technology and for clean technology has been critical, has been non-dilutive funding to de-risk it. So NSF, SBIR, and National Science Foundation, SBIR, STTR, phase 1, phase 2 grants, they can start at 300,000, they can go to 2.5 million. NIH has grants. DARPA and the Department of Defense has a lot of money they can spend. There's programs called ARPA-E for energy and ARPA-H for healthcare. Some of those programs give, like there's a Princeton professor I'm not going to name, who has a really interesting startup, and he's being considered for like a $73 million grant, transformational, unlike the bio professor doing AMR research, right? So these are fundamental in de-risking investments in science and validating science. So venture capitalists want to jump in. But the answer is sometimes, like we've spun companies out from the start, like in Harvard Med School, a leading, I was going to mention later, like Serotype, one of the leading neuroimaging companies in the country. This is like the leading functional MRI brain imagers of the biggest data set. They are actually using like AI and machine learning to go through these massively complex three-dimensional noisy data sets in the brain to find biomarkers for the first time. The brain's the only organ where, like, if you go to a psychiatrist and say, I need medicine, they say, try this, doesn't work, try more, try less, try something else. There's no way to see if it's working. Now we're identifying biomarkers in the brain for drug development, for other things. That's hard. These guys originally had like 80 use cases, and they wanted to do like 100 things. So what we had to do is say, what are you doing? I don't care that we can change the world and boil the ocean in 10 years. What can you do in the next 6, 12, 18, 24 months to get customers, to show proof of concept, to get traction, get milestones? When you do that, they start off raising a couple $100,000, then they raise 2 million. Now they're trying to raise 10. And they have credibility because they've been very focused to hit milestones, even though everyone says, oh, you can do this and this and this, the market's so great. You can't, you have to focus and prove execution. But it's hard out there. I've never seen so many good companies who are actually doing everything right and not getting funding. And that wasn't the case 2 years ago. One more question, if there are any, or we can move on. Just go ahead.
Hi, great talk. Kind of in a similar space for bio. I think you talked about, a lot of VC funds are trying to get their money back on a pretty regular basis and for longer time frames, particularly with regulatory or FDA. How can you kind of structure, I guess, a funding roadmap that takes into account these longer timeframes without going to Series D and E and X, Y, Z?
So that's harder, but there's a little, I'm gonna move on in a second, but there's a little catch to this. Everyone thinks biotech companies, life sciences companies are 10-year pathways you gotta do. File your IND, do animal data, tox data, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 human data. You've gotta get feedback from the FDA. If everything goes right, you know, it can take a long time and cost $100 million. The truth is, starting 10 to 20 years ago, a lot of the big biotech companies, Pfizer, Moderna, you know, Glaxo, they significantly downsized their R&D budgets and significantly upsized their M&A budgets. So the truth is, when we've invested in life sciences companies, often good animal data or good stage 1 and tox data they get acquired. And these biotech companies would rather, you know, instead of taking a bet at 100 programs that are 1 in 100, bet on, you know, 10 programs that are 1 in 5 or 1 in 10, right? And focus their resources. So the pathway isn't as long as it seems. But the truth is, a lot of what you're asking depends on the IPO markets. Venture capital is not made for Series D, E, $100, $300 million rounds. It's not. There are hedge funds that used to play there, Tiger Global. They put a ton of money not into life sciences, but digital health technology with almost no due diligence 2 years ago. They lost hundreds of $millions they're out, right? So I think you need the IPO markets. When I talk to friends of mine, a friend of mine is the head of investment banking at Morgan Stanley, the IPO market is starting to open up. So we're off of the global winters. But this whole macro environment right now has stalled it. And until that opens up, and you have life sciences companies who typically, when they succeed, they can raise hundreds of millions of dollars. With that avenue closed, it's really hard. It's hard. Let me, because of time, I'm going to go through this, and I'll try not to spend too much time, but I was musing on the train last night, so sorry there are not a lot of pictures, but just observations from working in 45 countries, from VC and angel investing. As a VC, have a view, guys. Have a view. Don't follow the crowd. If 70% of the money is going into AI, don't think you're going to figure out to know something that's better than everyone else and follow the crowd. I remember, I'm older than you guys, 2000, I was a technology banker at Goldman Sachs. And I remember every company was doubling every 3 months, right? And like the investment banking, the research analysts didn't know how to figure that out. Their financial models didn't work. Mary Meeker at Morgan Stanley was the #1 ranked tech analyst on Wall Street. She gave up. She just said, I don't have models anymore. I'm just valuing them as eyeball clicks. All these mutual funds in late 99 and 2000, all these people hadn't invested in anything. All of a sudden invested in technology. Most of them lost 80% of their money by mid-2020, right? Have a view. Think about, think about where trends going, where are the greatest opportunities in the next 5 to 10 years. Dig deep, do research, and go after opportunities in those areas. Don't follow the crowd. You know, as someone, as a friend of mine who's a VC in Sandal Road said, FOMO is a terrible reason to invest, right? Fear of missing out. Don't, right? Also, timing matters, right? Like when I was in Hong Kong, all these companies in the early 90s were copying US models. They were the first in China to like do an Amazon model or an eBay model. They were all worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Guess what? The guys that tried to replicate 2 years later failed, right? So timing does matter. Invest in people. And when you're forming a team, focus on the people you're surrounding yourselves with. You know, there are so many more great business plans and ideas than there are teams with the expertise to block and tackle. And not only do you want great teams and diverse teams, but it's really important, and this is particularly in technology, and particularly people coming out of great universities like Princeton, Harvard, everywhere else, who are brilliant scientists. The worst thing in the world, and the biggest warning sign, is people that think they know everything. Professors who are the world expert in clean tech, on biotechnology, on bioengineering, who think they know how to run a business, right? Who think they know how to market and how to go to market strategy. Find founders who know what they know and know what they don't know, and are willing to get help and take advice from others, right? I said multi-founder teams are a plus. There's a lot of data out there that shows multi-founder teams do better. They have different expertise, different skill sets, different networks. And by the way, failure is a great thing for founders. And here's what I mean. If you look at Kaufman Institute, Angel Capital Association, all these huge databases that track angel and venture investing, What do you think the most successful entrepreneurs are in terms of ages? They're actually in the mid-30s to mid-40s. They're people that have built companies, have failed, have learned from it, have grown, have learned how to manage people, have learned how to, excuse me, when to block and tackle and when to pivot, right? It's really helpful. And if you don't know how to fail, or if you're always focused on being perfect and keep, at some point you're gonna need to know how to pivot if something's not working. So good teams, people that know what they know, and people that are, have experienced obstacles and hurdles. Peter Thiel has a great quote. He apparently asked all entrepreneurs, and I asked a different person's question, what is something you believe that no one agrees with you on? Like, what's a view that you're out there on, right? And you feel very strongly about, and it's contrarian, and why, right? And it's great because every time I talk to founders, I ask a slightly different version of this, but sometimes it'll be very thought-provoking. I didn't think about that. I'm gonna take a deep dive on that, right? Think about other approaches. Be open to change your opinions. And guys, test your viewpoints. Check your biases. Don't follow the crowd. Really think out of the box. Sorry. Okay, Mark Andreessen has another one. Uncertainty is a feature, not a bug. It's really true. When you're thinking about angel venture investing, when you're thinking about startups, there is so much uncertainty. It's actually not a failure, it's the state of nature. So how do you think about that? The way Mark does it, he said if you draw a 2x2 matrix, right? On one matrix, consensus versus non-consensus, right? Do people all agree, or do people, is this an outlier? The second is success versus failure. He said it's incredibly hard to make money on successful and consensus, right? Because someone's thought about that. Someone's put a lot of money into that. You're following wisdom, right? The greatest opportunity is successful and non-consensus. So again, have a view, have a perspective, think about opportunities. It means taking risks. It means not conforming. I had a mentor at Carlyle many years ago on the venture side who said, stop asking why can this fail, he told all of us. Stop asking what the problem is. Ask what will it take for this to succeed, right? So you need to think in those terms. Get excited by real innovation disruption. If something is incrementally better, stop. If you're an entrepreneur, find something else. If you're going to talk to a venture capitalist, this is 20% better than something else, and my competition is 10% better, of zero interest. You need things that are going to change the world. So serotype I talked about, going to actually find the first biomarkers in the brain for drug development, mechanisms of action, so you can look at someone and see if they have schizophrenia, if they have Alzheimer's, what the signals and parts of the brain are. Xtherma is a very interesting company. Xtherma is a company two University of Buffalo PhDs on the West Coast put together. They're actually husband and wife. They didn't tell us that when they were pitching. We found out that. It didn't do diligence, which was interesting. But they synthesized the chemicals that fish at the lowest part, the deepest part of the deepest parts of the ocean in the world, like 5 miles under, which should be freezing and compressed to death, and they're not. And they synthesize the chemical that keeps them alive, right, keeps their bodies from freezing. And they use that, to preserve organs. Why is this important? Well, if you have a heart transplant, you donate a heart, that heart has to be harvested from a body, transported and implanted within 4 hours. That's it, that's the only viability. So if you want a heart transplant, your heart, if you're on the Upper East Side, might make it to downtown or the Upper West Side, but that's it, you have to find a match. Well, with their technology, they've proven with 8 pigs' kidneys, they could basically almost freeze without freezing the kidneys, preserve them, and then keep them viable for 48 hours and retransplant them in different parts of the world and have them be viable. So that means one day you could have a heart transplant and you could have a donor in New York and a recipient in New Zealand. So the whole world is now your potential donors, right? So things like that are very exciting. And now they're starting to get a lot of money, as it proves out, because it's a game changer. I'm not going to go into detail on this, but founders get excited by technology, products, service offerings, not VCs. VCs get excited by real compelling product market fit, value proposition, things that are must-have, that are game changers for their customers. So you really need to understand that and understand product market fit. One of the top 3 reasons business fails and startup fail is because they don't have the right product market fit. That's why going through iCore, doing customer discovery, you'll often find, oh, my hypothesis was wrong. They are the wrong beachhead customer. They would love to have it, but they don't have the financial capability. It's not a priority. Really important to get that right before you scale. When you scale, it's too late. Secondly, this is really important. Your customers are not institutions. Oh, we're selling to hospitals. No, you're not. You're selling to individuals, in departments, in certain roles. Don't ever tell a VC, my customer is a hospital. It's this type of business. What you need to understand deeply is who in some of these complex organizations, who makes the purchasing decisions? Like in a hospital, is it a surgeon? Is it a department head? Is it risk management committee? Is it a value committee? Is it the CFO? Who is making those decisions? What criteria, what criteria are those people using? Does it have to be X% better, cheaper? Does it have to save life and reduce risk? And who is influencing that? Is it the doctors, the surgeons? Until you understand who's making those decisions, on what basis, with input from whom, you don't have a customer. And you need to clearly demonstrate this to venture capitalists. This is an easy one. Everyone does this. Oh my God, my technology can do 100 things. We have 8 different market segments. We can change the world. We can do this and this and this. Okay, great. But number 1, you have a team of 2. Number 2, that's going to take $100 million. Number 3, you're not going to be able to do anything right. You're going to do everything poorly and nothing well. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Who's your beachhead customer? Who's your target market? What can you achieve in 6, 12, 18, maximum 24 months? No VC cares what you can do in 7 years. No one believes it. I'm going to 0 to 100 million revenues in 5 years. Same hockey stick approach on 100x, right? What milestones can you hit? If we give you money, what can you do with it? What can you point to? And be laser-like focused on execution. I don't want my founders trying to do 100 things, right? So really focus on this. I'm not going to go into this, but we talked about it. Compelling business models, unit economics matter a great deal, as does the size of the market. You can have the best business in the world, the biggest competitive advantage, the best team, and if it's like a $5 million global market, it's not eventually an investable business. Okay. I actually wrote life, and my daughter, my 11th grader, was like, see the end of this at 11 when I got back on a train. She said, don't say life. So venture capital is black and white and not gray. It is. And like, here's what I mean by that. You focus on what's important, right? Like everyone's so focused on valuation. As a private equity investor, we were. Why? Because we have, the companies had discounted cash flows. They had revenues, they had margins. We could see where they're going to go to. We could add leverage. We could see what our exit multiples are by comparable company analysis, by public market analysis. We can do a discounted cash flow model. You can't do any of that for early stage investing. Companies often are pre-revenue, they're often pre-MVP. You can't do any of that. So you can't make great judgments. And everyone's trying to get exactly the right valuation. That's the wrong approach. The right approach is to get a great company with a great team. We back great people who do great things, right? Don't worry about the stuff you can't make judgments on. Warren Buffett said when he was giving eulogy to Charlie Munger, what did you learn from Charlie? He said, I always used to say, I want to buy dirt cheap businesses and sell them at a higher price. And over 10 years, Charlie convinced me I was wrong. Charlie's perspective is you buy great businesses at a fair price. The same thing is analogous here, right? Back great people to do great things. Make sure the valuation is not crazy, but focus on what's important and what you can make judgments on. Here's a big one that I've learned, and my daughters used to tell me when we were little, Daddy, why do we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? Really simple. Because you're supposed to listen and learn more than you speak. I always go into every meeting trying to learn something, to challenge my views, to learn something, to figure out where can I follow up and get more information. So don't be afraid. No one knows everything. And even in healthcare, there's so many sectors and subsectors, and some of it's very specialized. So don't be afraid to ask what you think is a dumb question. Don't be afraid to lean into new areas and learn new things. That may be where the opportunity is. The most successful people that I know talk less and listen more. Okay, relationships matter a lot. Guys, take time to build them, whether you're entrepreneurs or you want to be investors. They matter more in early stage than anything else, a lot more than private equity. What do I mean? There's tons of data on this. And I actually see it in my history, in my life, in my experience. But there's a lot of data out there that shows the returns you get on companies and founders that you know, that were referred by a close friend who knows the founder or knew them in a previous life, are so much better. Also, there's data out there that shows that when you're looking at who you want to surround yourself as an entrepreneur, I mean, you don't always have choices, but when you're picking between venture funds, who are the ones that are going to really add value, do references on them. Talk to their founders they invested in. Did they help out? What would they like to work with? Those are critical. As a VC, your credibility is measured by this. All of our founders talk to all of our potential investing companies talk to our founders, and we want them to, right? So please build those relationships and those networks. They're going to help you as founders. They're going to help you as funders and investors. And you guys are in great places now. You're at great universities. You have people that are going on to do different things around the world. Build your networks. They're incredibly valuable. And often you don't see this as a student, but you have no idea how valuable it is in your next stage of life. The Center for Career Development, Kim Betts always says, so David, that your first job may have something to do with recruiting on campus and where you go. Your second job at on has almost nothing to do with it. And 70 to 80% of your second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth jobs, you're gonna do that many. My wife had her business school, reading at Harvard Business School, the average person had done 4.8 jobs in 25 years. You're gonna have a long career. Most of those jobs are gonna come through your networks, so build those networks. Exits are critical. I've talked about this, I'm not gonna talk about this again. But as founders, think about this and address this because investors are always thinking about this. This is the one thing founders leave out of pitch decks, and we care about a lot. Okay. This is critical. There was a quote from Confucius on this, but it was too long-winded. Knowing what you know and can make judgments, and more importantly, knowing what you don't know is key to investing in early stage companies. What can you make judgments on? Every early stage company, by definition, is incomplete, imperfect, right? Limited teams, limited capital, everyone bootstrapping. It's not a developed company, right? So what can you focus on? The team. And by that, I don't mean just their references and pedigree. If you're an investor, do references. Also, don't just find out about their individual capabilities. Did the two of you work together in a previous startup? Have you shown that you can work together, right? Because there's lots of one reason for business failures is, basically founders fall out, right? And it blows up the company. So do you have complementary skill sets? Do you have networks that will allow you to get advice in areas you don't have, right? So team is critical. The market opportunity, the competitive landscape, do you have IP? Have you done customer discovery to validate your product market fit? All that you can look into. What can you not make a good judgment on? 5, 7, 10-year financial forecast, meaningful valuations. So yes, there's some benchmarks out there. And if a lot of companies at a certain stage are going at a 10 million plus or minus pre-money, and the company's asking 20, it's off market, that's gonna be a non-starter. But do I really care if it's 8 or 10 or 12? No, that's not what's gonna be important. Okay, going faster, this is a big lesson for companies. Going faster is not always better. Let me repeat that. This is a big mistake. Going faster is not always better, particularly in this environment where capital is constrained. People think I've got to go quickly, I've got to go from 0 to 100 million. Well, guess what? If you have the wrong customer, if you don't have a good product market fit, you spend all this money scaling and you realize you're wrong and you burn through $10 million. Game's over, right? It's too late. And no one's gonna trust you because you didn't validate that, right? So really make sure you get the right things right before you scale and that you know your customer, you know the product market fit, you know pricing, you know the competitive differentiation, you know who's gonna buy on what basis, right, with it before boom, and then scale. This is much more true for both entrepreneurs and venture capital investors than private equity investors and investment bankers. Be humble, right? Be resilient. Be willing to learn from your mistakes. And I'll show you a slide, but most companies that are startups are not gonna make it. But half or more of the company's VC investors investing won't make it. We're gonna make a lot of mistakes. We're gonna get a lot of things wrong. We're making decisions very early. A lot of things can go wrong. So it's okay, right? Learn from that. You know, admit that you're not perfect. Learn from your mistakes. Try to figure out what you could have done better. We always look at deals that you know, don't go well. Is there anything we could have done differently? Is there anything we could have helped the company with? Is it all exogenous? Did we get something wrong? What can we learn from this in the future? That leads to improved decision making, greater success, better relationships. You know, do we communicate with our founders? Do we micromanage? Were we focused on the right things, right? Do we back them the right way? Be humble, be willing to learn. Okay. My 17-year-old, I didn't ask my 19-year-old who's here, but my 17-year-old said, no one knows who Kenny Rogers is. Does anyone just really know who Kenny Rogers is? Okay, there we go. So he was sort of a country western singer in the 70s. And he had this song, and I'm not going to sing it with a sore throat, but you've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Let me tell you, we have a lot of hard decisions. You have as founders, we have as venture capitalists. What to invest in is a hard decision. When to pull the plug and stop is a harder decision, but it's a more important one, right? It's easy. We want to support your founders, right? We want to make sure we're giving them the financial capital, the expertise, introducing them to customers to get it right. But if it's clear they're not going to make it, you have to pull the plug. And just going on for year after year and say, look, just reinvent yourself, here's more money. It's not going to work. And you know why that's also a bad idea? Because we have existing portfolio companies that are doing well and they need our help. So knowing when to walk away, not to quote Kenny Rogers, and then making a decision and sticking with it, right? Even if it's hard, right? And founders will figure this out because most founders are multiple founders. But you have to do it, it's hard. And this is one of the most important things you'll do as venture capital. My last point before I'll wrap up, measure and judge VCs differently. We're not private equity investors. Don't measure and judge investors and venture capitalists by our failures, because there are lots of them. You have to judge us by our successes, right? Why? Well, first of all, there's a quote I love from Michael Jordan. You all know Michael Jordan, right? I'm not more than Kenny Rogers, okay? Michael Jordan has said this, I've heard this so many times. I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I was trusted to make a game-winning shot, and I missed. I failed over and over and over in my life, and that's why I succeed, right? When you look at venture capitalists, we get probably close to 90% of our returns from 10% of our investments, and the rest from the next 10 to 20%. So we're going to make mistakes. Investments are going to fail. That's the asset class. So the way you measure funds and venture capitalists is what is their IRR across the fund? What's their multiple investment capital? So look at the successes overall, right? And look at their track record. And the best ones, maybe they have 20% that are winners versus 5% for bad funds. But even the first quintile venture capital funds, you know, are going to have all of their returns from 20% or 25, not 10. But it's going to, the other 75 are basically zero down or they're flat and they shut down. So judge VCs by their success. I'm just wrapping up, but here's a funnel. So this is hard work, right? This was an old slide. I tried to get an update. I can't find an updated one, but for people that raised money, this is a slide for people that raised first round kind of seed funds. Only 63% were able to raise a second round fund, right? A bridge or Series A. Only 39 a third, only 19 a fourth, and so on. And by the sixth round, your Series F, D, E, F, it's 3%. So yeah, there's some unicorns and yeah, there's some exits. Not all the exits are great, but it's a hard, long road. Not everyone's gonna make it. It's okay if you're an entrepreneur and you don't succeed. It's okay if you're an investor and you're not gonna succeed. On a risk-adjusted basis over the long term, venture capital has very good risk-adjusted returns. But it's an uneven, bumpy road, and it's a hard road. Here's another way of looking at it from Harvard Business Review. Right, here are, I think, 8 criteria that people look at. You have capital, you're funded, you have a good team, you've got a good product, right? Your competitive advantage. You know, there's product market fit, it's priced correctly, and you have IP. All these things are right. 8 criteria. You have 80% chance of getting it right. They're all independent variables. So 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 means academically 17% of these companies that have everything right are gonna make it. Let's say you have 20% chance or 30% chance of getting these right. You have like a 0.01% chance. So this is a tough road. So why do startups fail? There have been a lot of versions of this. This is a couple of years dated. But there are three main reasons. And I'd say right now, the number one reason is the inability to get funding. And that's even good companies who are hitting milestones for follow-on funding. The second is probably the team. And the third is just it's not a right product market fit. It's the wrong beachhead market. And people didn't do enough customer discovery, and they launched and they spent their money, and that was it. Right? So those are the main reasons. Those are the big takeaways if you're founders to focus on. Okay, 3 quotes and I'm going to end. I like Mark Andreessen again. Smart tech investor thinks about future product roadmap, bottom-up market size and growth, and talented team. I love this quote. Essentially valuing things that haven't happened, and the likelihood of the CEO and the team being able to make them happen, right? Right? This is stuff that hasn't happened. This is so true. First-rate team with second-rate idea will always outperform second-rate team with first-rate idea. I've seen this over and over and over again. Finally, an entrepreneur needs to know what they know, period. They need to find an investor to build off their weaknesses. So for founders and entrepreneurs out there, it's not only about attracting investors. Find people that support you, that get what you're doing, that are going to roll up their sleeves to help you. Not just making an investment, but afterwards. Whether it's money, strategic partners, knowledge, how can they help you and how can they add value? How are they going to help you build and grow, right? Not just tell you to do things you don't want to do. And that's it. I'm looking for questions, sorry. So, do you guys have any questions? Any thoughts, comments, questions?
Great points, thank you so much. I mean, all valid, and I've been living through that experience recently. It seems like the definition of milestones for a seed round has been raised so significantly. We had some time before that the seed round was pre-market, revenue, but now these days people are talking, you have to have traction to raise a seed round.
Yeah.
So, and there is now a funding gap that you need to get to seed round with some pre-seed or someone. So what is your solution to?
Well, the gap is actually, you start with friends and family, and then there's an active angel community out there. There are angel groups that have funds. There are people that focuses like E8 in Portland is CleanTech, Mid-Atlantic BioAngels does biotech. There are ecosystems of angel groups. Among university-led angel groups, Princeton and HBS are the largest. But I'm on a monthly call with the leaders of 30 angel groups from Boston to Massachusetts. They're all deploying capital. Their average rounds are 100 to 250. We work with one another because we alone can't fund a company, but we can bring people together. So that's probably the best solution. And you're right. If you're pre-MVP, or if you're an MVP, but you don't have enough traction, it's really hard to get a seed round. Often people will do friends and family, then a bridge, then a seed, and a bridge. Because Series A, the expectations are much higher now, so it's a great point.
What is the average time per $1 million raise now? Do you know, how much it takes to raise $1 million these days?
There's no average time. There's one of our companies that raised like $3 million in less than a week, and there's another that raised 500. They're trying to get to $1 million, and it's been a long, slow slog. There's really no right formula, and that's the problem, right? We also want people to raise more, and we tell our founders over-raise. It's especially in early rounds when raising like 500 versus 700. It's not going to be all that much dilutive. But if 3 months from now you have to start raising your next fund, you're not going to hit milestones. You're not focused on building a business. You're focused on fundraising nonstop. It's like you're a member of Congress, right? And the second you get elected, you're raising money and running again. What can you do? So we want our founders to raise enough to hit milestones so that they can raise it in the next round. Any questions, comments, observations from founders out there, from funders? What's your experience? This has to be the quietest precept I've ever seen.
I can prove that iCorps is great because I've done once, and I'm doing another one next week, and I'm mentoring another team. So I'm a great supporter of iCorps.
Yeah, I would recommend iCorp. The regional is a light lift. It's like 4 weeks. You talk to 25 companies. You got pay $5,000. You get venture capitalists and people in industry mentor you. You really focus on validated in your product market fit. And it's really great because I had a quantum company that went through iCore that I was actually mentoring, and they basically have this great quantum hybrid solution, but they thought the logical market is healthcare, because all of my precision medicine companies and my life science and my computational science companies need this. They do, but they have no money to pay for it. The people with the money to pay for it are the two Sigmas and the quantum hedge funds, right? The hedge funds that want to be able to solve a derivative a half a millisecond before the next one, and it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And they all have quantum guys, and they all want to spend. So they pivoted quickly. If they had scaled their business, they would have been dead in the water. So it's really useful. If you like it, there's a national program. It's more intense, but you get $50,000 to go to conferences to talk to people. And it's not just about product marketing, your business model, your go-to-market strategy, customer segmentation, all that stuff. And you get a lot of coaching and mentoring. So I would recommend it. Princeton has a hub down here with old schools, other places too. It's free, it's a great tool. Yes and yes, that's it.
Really, really great tool. Thank you. What's some of your thoughts on trying to identify whether an advisor would actually be beneficial or useful, and whether they don't really present?
Well, it's very simple, right? What do you need? So what skills do you guys have as a founding team? And where are you missing? So if you're good on business and marketing, do you have operational? If you're manufacturing, do you have manufacturing skills? Do you know about managing supply chains, which in this tariff environment and this global environment is really important, right? Everyone's localizing supply chains and recrafting supply chains. Do you know about building a brand, trying to build a brand, very different than having a good product. I don't do a lot of consumer products, Angels don't, but it's really hard. You can have the best consumer product in the world. Doesn't matter. No one cares how good it is. You need celebrity endorsers, you gotta break through the noise, build a brand, you have that expertise. What do you need? Surround yourself with those skills. Then it's worth it. You don't need more people like you, right, that have the skills you have. Sorry.
Robert, you've got an extremely diverse background in capital allocation perspective. From buyout, banking, early stage VC, and investments. That last one I'd love to hear a little bit more about in terms of, do you think that in terms of differentiation for a founder, if they go and speak to value funds or research funds as a whole, do you think that the attraction of being part of an angel group and then acting for yourself as well is that you're more ready to back the team and the idea rather than necessarily having to go through the motions of really comprehensive and higher.
Yeah, it's a good question. So sort of differences in where angels fit in versus VC. So Princeton Angels, when we do due diligence, we do it as a group, even though individuals make their decision. We actually do a lot of due diligence for angel groups. But there's all this data showing, like, if you do 20 hours or more due diligence, your returns, the dispersion of your returns is better. If you do 40 more, there's no benefit, right? Because there's only so much you make judgments on. So I think angels are willing to take bets earlier. Companies are less formed, they're less milestones. The other thing angels are willing to do is, like, every company, like the 56 that we've invested in, I've invested in a bunch, but I know most of the investments, someone in the group has helped the founder. They've opened up their networks, they've introduced them to a customer, they've been an IP lawyer, put together an IP portfolio. They want them to succeed. They're not trying to tell them what to do. Often venture capitalists have very strong views, and once they invest, they say, I want an exit now, or I want liquidity now, or you're not allowed to do this or that, right? And they're willing to put more money in. So I think they serve different purposes and at different stages. Often I'm asked by founders, talking to this venture capital group, and they've insisted on the following, does this make sense? And I'm like, this is all off market, you need to say no, right? They don't have the sense of like what would be reasonable, what's not. Venture groups really have some objectives that are driven by their structure and their funds, getting exits, getting liquidity, wanting governance, wanting more control that angels don't have. So I think the groups are complementary, but we have a lot of venture capital groups, Princeton and the angels, we try to introduce our funds to because we want them to get funded. At CIF, we get a lot of healthcare investments from incubators, accelerators, university, spinning out of iCore. So I think it's a symbiotic relationship, but they're very different in terms of what their objectives are, what they're willing to do, how they can help, and when they're willing to go in. Is that helpful? Sure, go ahead.
Actually, I'm
So we are from India, and we are currently facing the squeeze out as you described it with the startup ecosystem where venture capitalists cyclically focus on one particular segment or one particular sector, and there is not enough capital left for the rest of the segments and rest of the sectors. And startups have to compete within the little gap that is present. In India, that is kind of driven by the government interest as well. In a matter of speaking, occasionally there's a raised interest in tech for capital expenditures, and suddenly the entire venture ecosystem goes behind that particular segment, and the rest of the companies say, yeah. Right now, quick commerce is something that's really big in India, and the ridiculous amount of money is being poured into it. So we are trying to essentially compete for the 10% of what unallocated capital is left over, and every single startup in every other sector is competing in the same space. So how do we see companies in that particular place where everybody is trying to compete?
Well, one thing I'd add is that there are Western style, like one of our sponsors here, Samir Chadra, right? Westbridge, he founded. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, he was an analyst at Goldman when I was an associate in Asia. I remember, but there are people like that. They're also not for very early stage, but for sort of slightly later stage VC. There are sovereign wealth funds. Like my wife is chief sustainability officer and runs their ESG for Temasek. Like they're not going to invest $200,000. They've got a $400 billion portfolio, but they invest a lot. They invest in impact funds like Leapfrog. Leapfrog, you know, it's a $500 billion fund. So someone like Leapfrog might invest. You know, I think you have to think, you know, there are folks that are in Hong Kong and Singapore that would look at, when I was in Hong Kong, I spent a lot of time in India. Whereas people in Silicon Valley, less so. There's some Indian diaspora, people in New York, less so. So I think you have to be a little creative in expanding who you're looking at, because I think if you're just looking at the same folks, you're going to be pretty constrained.
We are definitely trying to expand horizons.
Yeah, well, good luck. So let me ask you a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a question. One thing you touched on, Bob, was the fact that in terms of the VC climate, it's just such a focus on AI startups. And I think a lot of the startups here that pitch today, quite a few of us have actual physical, hardware products. And so in our experience, and I'm sure maybe some of the other startups can relate, one thing that's probably happened is because climate is so AI focused, they kind of critique and judge a lot of startups through the lens of AI SaaS. So, we like to think, we're product market fit. Of course, it's not perfect, but we've got some good things across the board. But the benchmarks that you should, judge a hardware or robotics, whatever it is, physical product startup, we constantly, when we speak to VCs, are getting judged through the lens of, like an AI SaaS company, because that's what they're so used to, and even the ones that claim to be sector agnostic. So what would you say to
So let me be contrarian to your point. Number one, please don't say you're an AI company if you're clearly not. Everyone does. It's tiresome, right? 100 out of 100 companies are AI, machine learning, big data companies, computation. They're not, right? The fact that everyone, and if you look at the preponderance of funds to AI, it's venture, but particularly later stage venture, it's dollars, right? It's people putting in billions and hundreds of millions, some people putting in 3 or 5, so they're smaller, more focused bets. I would rather be everyone else. I would rather invest in those other companies that are much better value and not chase the crowd. So I don't think you want to say, try to reposition yourself as an AI company. Everyone did that in 2000. We're all technology.com companies. Well, that vanished pretty quickly when the whole sector blew off, went down 80%, right? I don't think you're going to win that way. I think you want to hit all the points I mentioned, and there are a lot of investors out there that would rather invest in good companies with great teams at the right valuation than throw billions without thinking into AI. There are a few funds that are doing that. That capital, those guys are making very big bets. Those are not the type of bets typically you put to a VC or angel round. So I like to be contrarian. Focus on your strengths. Talk to people. Not everyone is focused on, just only going after AI. So it's really, I think it's an opportunity for you. And I think a lot of VCs I talk to are looking at all these things that are being undervalued, right? And unfocused on, and they become better opportunities. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there, and don't try to be AI enough. I think if you have a great business model, that's great. So I think we're done. Are the judges ready?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We'll have them come back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Thought they were okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you guys. First of all, before I do, how many of you are founders in this room? Raise your hand. How many of you are or want to be, how many of you are or want to, how many of you want to be founders? We're not founders now. How many are investors now? How many? How many want to be investors? Okay, awesome. And how many of you want to go work in AI? Okay, good to know. Well, look, thank you for listening to me for an hour. Thank you for posing such great questions and for coming down on a rainy day to this great conference and to see startups around the world. So I just want to say thank you. And now for the main show, we have our judges back.
All right, thank y'all, and thank you once again to Rob. All right, we'll get started in about like 3 minutes or so. We're working on some final logistics, and then we'll get right into the awards ceremony. Thank y'all.
So before we kind of get into the much awaited announcements of our awards, we're just going to kind of give a thank you to everyone who is here today, our competitors, our judges, our panelists, our keynote speaker, as well as all of our regional partners. So we have actually representation from our Columbia partner as well. We also have at Rice in Houston, UC Berkeley, NUS in Singapore, IIT Bombay and Mumbai, LSE in London, as well as our partner, AI Startup Factory in Istanbul. So we'd like to thank all of them for kind of helping us put all of our regional competitions together, getting everyone so yeah, we actually have a long-time tradition of kind of flying out some of our partners from NUS in Singapore. So we'd like to give them a moment to say a few words before we kind of go into awards.
Hi everyone, I'm Harbin, and together with me, Jian and I were from NUS, National University of Singapore Entrepreneurship Society. And we're so happy to be here to hear everyone's pitches, and we're excited to host semi-regional finals with TigerLaunch for next year in Singapore, United States. So So thank you everyone, and we provide 100 tote bags for whoever is here. So before you leave, feel free to grab them outside. Yeah. Thank you.
We can direct you to those tote bags after everything, but I think there might be some more pressing things on people's minds right now, so we'll get to that. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to be announcing third, second, and first place in that order for $10,000, $20,000, and $30,000 respectively, and non-dilutive cash prize. So, should we do drum rolls? Okay, third place. FT Fashion, congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You don't have to catch this one. All right, in second place, we have Nagla. Congratulations. And finally, the winner of the TigerLaunch 2025 finals, we have Imagine Devices. Congratulations. Get them on all the phones. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so before we let everyone loose, we'd love to invite kind of the judges and keynote speaker up so we can get a photo with you, so we can tag you on our LinkedIn, as well as more sentimental reasons, of course. And as well, all the other competing teams, if you want to, we'd also love to take photos with you, so kind of come on down, maybe form a line if you're interested. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I do want to emphasize it was an incredibly impressive slate of competitors here today. From what I've heard, from what I heard in that judge deliberation room, it was definitely a lot of great qualities in all these startups, and it was hard to make that final distinction. All of you guys are going to do great things with your work, and we're super excited to see where y'all end up. So thank you once again.
NUS tote bags outside. We'll be right back, but you guys can get up and be cool.